Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Wednesday, March 13th, 2019. The time is just after 9 o'clock a.m., and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. We have two matters on the calendar, but one is a pre-hearing conference for later in the afternoon. The other matter for hearing this morning is SCAQMD versus Weber Metals, Inc., case number 6136-1. for order for abatement. And who is representing the executive officer this morning?
Daphne Sue.
Thank you, Ms. Sue. And who is representing Weber Metals this morning?
Olivier Thayard at Shepherd Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Thayard. Okay, we're going to go off the record in just a moment because we just received, and I know it's quite lengthy and intricate, the proposed order for abatement and findings and decision. But first, do you think it would make sense to do, why don't we do our openings first, and then we'll go off the record to review. So Ms. Sue, if you'd like to begin with your opening. Oh, sorry, I always forget. Mr. Balagopalan has been to the facility and would like to make a statement.
Yeah, I just want to be on the record that I've been to the facility, I think at least 3 times starting in 2013, and on for various reasons, permitting and rule development for Rule 1430. And I think I also signed up for one of the permits for the forge press. I don't know, 2016, 2017, but that should not bias me in my in the proceedings today or in the case.
I assume there's no objection from either Ms. Sue
No, there's no objection.
or Mr. Thayer.
No objection.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. And Ms. Sue, now you may give your opening.
Good morning. We're here today for a stipulated proposed order for abatement for Weber Metals. Weber forges components for the aerospace industry. It cuts and grinds aluminum and titanium parts. Weber must abide by Rule 1430, which provides for control of emissions from metal grinding and cutting operations at metal forging facilities. Because Weber is within 500 feet of a residence and a hospital, Weber is required to have a total enclosure with negative air vented to an emission control device fitted with a HEPA filter. The rule allows facilities 6 months from the date of permit issuance to meet the requirements of Rule 1430. Weber's permits were issued on March 6th, but it needs additional time to comply to complete construction. It will be relocating its titanium repair and aluminum repair equipment, and it will be upgrading an existing building for its titanium billet grinding. Weber agreed to conditions to control emissions pending its completion of its construction. In addition, it agreed to increments of progress for its construction. The district will present an inspector to provide a brief overview of the facility and Rule 1430. To be efficient, the district is not planning on asking its inspector to testify to the specifics of the facility's projects and its operations. It is our understanding that Weber will go over its project in depth, explain why it needs additional time to comply, and explain the conditions in the proposed order. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thayard, your opening.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, members of the hearing board. My name is Olivier Thayard, and I am a partner at Shepherd Mullen, Richter & Hampton in Los Angeles. It is my pleasure to represent Weber Metals in today's proceedings. Weber Metals is an industry leader in forged metal parts, making high-quality components primarily for the aerospace industry. Weber Metals has commenced implementation of a state-of-the-art project designed to achieve maximum emission control from its metal grinding operations. Weber is investing over $13 million into this project, demonstrating its commitment to health, safety, and the environment. As part of the project, and in order to ensure full transparency with the AQMD and the community at large, Weber has decided to enter into a stipulated order for abatement, for which we seek this hearing board's approval. Weber has agreed to stringent conditions to ensure emission control until the project is complete. My opening statement will explain what Weber Metals does and why what they do is so important. I will provide an overview of this compliance project, which Weber is conducting pursuant to District Rule 1430. Finally, I will provide a summary of the stipulated order and the conditions. To ensure that this board has a robust understanding of the project, 3 witnesses will be testifying today. First, Ms. Queen Uchekwe, to my left, will be testifying and will provide detail as to Weber's operations. She will explain Weber's dedication to environmental compliance and will provide background information regarding permitting, project costs, and the investment that Weber is making. Mr. Nicholas Schran, who's behind me, will provide a fulsome explanation of the 1430 compliance project, including project design, engineering, the complexities involved, and the safety aspects involved. Finally, Mr. Eric Pearson, also behind me, a consultant at Ramball, will explain the conditions in place for this order and how those conditions will help ensure emission control pending project completion. So who is Weber Metals? Weber Metals makes forged aluminum and titanium parts for commercial airlines, such as fuselages, window frames, and other critical parts for Boeing, Airbus, and other companies. Weber Metals makes parts for military aircraft that serve our country. For example, the Black Hawk helicopters that are fighting fires in California. Weber has been part of the Paramount community since the 1950s, so for over 60 years. Uniquely, and as you'll hear about in the testimony today, the facility sits both in the city of Paramount and Long Beach. It straddles the Paramount and Long Beach city lines. As you'll hear, that has increased the logistical complexity of this project because permits are required from 2 cities, and that's part of the reason why additional time is needed to complete construction. So a little bit of background on Rule 1430. You heard me mention it, and you'll hear the district probably tell you a little bit more about the rule as well. Rule 1430 has certain requirements related to metal grinding operations. As you can see on the chart, Weber is in compliance with most aspects of Rule 1430. Weber conducts appropriate housekeeping to minimize fugitive emissions, and it collects records and supplies those records to the district. Weber has constructed total enclosures so that its grinding operations are currently inside of buildings. Weber has appropriate signage at its facility, and it has submitted all required permit applications. We are here today because Weber's 1430 project is designed to achieve permanent compliance with the last 2 items on the chart, namely, to install emission control devices for the purpose of having negative pressure in its grinding centers, and also to install HEPA filters, which stands for High Efficiency Particulate Air Filters, which are designed to capture 99.97 of very small particles. A word on negative pressure. Weber is agreeing as part of this order to have negative pressure in its existing buildings, pending project completion, meaning that air will be kept inside the buildings as opposed to positive pressure, which means air might be flowing out. So that is good for emission control. So you might be asking, why, if they can already have negative pressure in the buildings, do they need this project? Well, they need it because the configuration of the buildings, for instance, being made of wood, at least one of the buildings, the fact of the size, one of the buildings is over 100,000 square feet. Weber has made significant or has made modifications in those buildings to be able to achieve negative pressure at some level for the period of time until project completion. However, because of the configuration of those buildings, that can't be maintained long-term for years into the future. A more permanent solution is required, which is why this project is going forward. In addition, there remains a need to install HEPA filters, which I mentioned are those 99.97% control filters. But I want to assure this board that there are existing controls on the grinding centers today. In fact, the existing controls are just a notch below HEPA. The difference being maybe 95 to 96, 97% as opposed to 99.97%. And furthermore, Weber is agreeing to stringent conditions to minimize those emissions during the period of project completion. So there are excellent emission controls in place pending project completion. So what are we doing? Weber is implementing a state-of-the-art compliance project regarding its 3 grinding centers. First is the Aluminum Repair Center. The aluminum repair, and for this part, I have a slide on this, but it also might be useful to look at the last page of the proposed order.
May I ask you, Mr. Thayard, if you should be going into this or waiting until your witness who will present evidence goes into it?
I'm introducing the concepts and the project, but my witness will provide a lot more detail.
Okay, so if you feel it's still part of your brief opening, I'll allow it, but.
Thank you. I'll be brief. If you look at the last page of the order, it can help orient you. I also have a slide on it, which I can show, which I will put down. So for aluminum repair, it's being relocated from the present building A1 to building G. The entire building will be reclad, and equipment will be added for negative pressure and HEPA filtration. The titanium repair building, it will be relocated from building H and P to building M. New footings, new air pollution control systems will be added. And the titanium billet, which you might hear of called the Vulcan grinder, will stay in the same building, in building M, but it will be re-engineered to achieve negative pressure and HEPA filtration. You will hear from the witnesses that this is a very complex project. There is a need not only to comply with 1430, but also the National Fire Prevention Standards, which are safety standards. And because of the way those are configured, both need to be satisfied as part of this project. You'll hear about the CEQA and permitting requirements from both cities, Paramount and Long Beach. You'll hear about the investment being made and the complicated design and engineering. Just a few points that I want to emphasize to this hearing board. Number one, this is purely a compliance project. Purely a compliance project. By this project, Weber is not seeking to increase its production, its throughput, or expand its operations. This is an expensive project. It's going to cost at least $13 million to add these industry-leading controls. And this is a complex project. Weber is a profit-making company. If there was a cheaper and faster way to do this, they would be doing it. But because they have to satisfy these requirements of the NFPA and the 1430 at the same time, and there's a lot of equipment that needs to be ordered. This is the project that they have to undertake. The final completion schedule, I'll just go over briefly. You see it in the order. The titanium billet will probably be completed, is very likely to be completed within the 6-month time frame that Ms. Sue mentioned. By September 2019, since the permits were issued in March. The aluminum repair building shortly thereafter by the end of the year. Titanium repair has the longest lead time primarily because it needs a brand new building. So they're literally building a new building for the titanium repair, and it has the longest lead time. Weber has agreed to increments of progress, meaning we're not just focused on the end date. Weber has agreed to interim enforceable deadlines regarding construction. A brief word on the conditions. The conditions are designed to protect human health and the environment. You will hear that pending project completion, Weber has agreed to install a temporary air pollution control system with HEPA controls to mitigate emissions from aluminum repair. Weber has agreed to many 1430 level conditions as part of this. It has also agreed to several conditions that are beyond 1430, increased housekeeping, increased roof washing, inspections every 3 hours, of its bag houses for visible emissions. Inspections every 3 hours to check for pressure drop at its bag houses. And as I mentioned, it will have a level of negative pressure in all the existing grinding centers. I'll just briefly mention the diligence. Weber's been very diligent in this project. It submitted its permit applications on time. It engaged with the AQMD. It ordered long lead time items at risk. When I say at risk, it means that the permits were only issued in March. Weber already spent millions of dollars without even having the assurance of having a permit, because that cuts a lot of the time out of the project. They were able to cut many months off the project by ordering these expensive items ahead of time. Weber submitted permit applications for its existing grinding centers. Weber has gone through a significant permitting exercise with both the cities of Long Beach and with Paramount. As a matter of fact, last night, the Paramount Planning Commission issued a CUP, a conditional use permit, and made its CEQA determination to allow the project to move forward. That was a significant hurdle. And at this time, there are no expected hang-ups left in terms of city permitting. There are still a few city permits to go, but those are largely ministerial permits. One thing I want to mention on this slide is that Weber was very proactive. It was Weber last fall that initiated a conversation with the AQMD to say, hey, we have a presentation to give you. We want to tell you what we're doing in our project. We'd like to come meet with you. Then it was Weber who also said, we'd love to invite you out to the facility. Please come out. And the AQMD agreed, and we hosted a tour where we showed them what our project was and negotiated these conditions all the way through over the last couple of months. And finally, a brief word on the benefit of a stipulated abatement order. It provides a structure for project completion with enforceable deadlines. It ensures that existing grinding operations will be performed under conditions that mitigate emissions. It keeps the public informed. So in conclusion, Weber is implementing a state-of-the-art compliance project at significant cost, and a stipulated abatement order allows this process to proceed with appropriate structure and oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, what I'll do is I'll swear in all the witnesses who wish to testify, and then we're going to go off the record probably for at least 15 minutes, because we received this morning and we began reviewing it, but there's a lot to review. So at this time, everyone who wishes to testify in this hearing, including members of the public who may wish to testify later, please rise at this time to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Okay, we're going to go off the record now for at least 15 minutes till 9:35, and perhaps longer if we're not done at that time. So we're off the record. We're back on the record, and I just wanted to make sure we do this in a manner that makes sense. Does it make, I'll ask Ms. Sue, because you know what your witnesses are going to testify to. Does it make more sense for us to begin with Mr. Thayard's first witness, who will give us an overview of what exists at the operations existing, or?
I'm planning on having the district's witness be very brief, and then Weber's witnesses can go more into details. I'm just going to cover the basics of the Rule 1430 requirements, and they can go over the details of the proposed orders. So
The reason why I ask is because I have many questions with regard to the order
Yes.
that I would like to ask of district witnesses. So I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know what makes sense. I'll probably ask it anyway.
I mean, if I'm prepared to present the district witness first, have Mr. Thayard present their witnesses, and if we need to recall the district witness for more hearing board questions, I'm happy to do that as well if Mr. Thayard agrees to it.
Well,
I have no objection, however you want to handle it. Just to let you know, the primary witness is Mr. Schran, who's going to provide the overview. Ms. Uchikwe will provide the background compliance and sort of the background on how we got here, the city permitting, sort of, why we're here today. We can do it however you'd like.
then let's begin with Ms. Sue, with your witnesses, and we'll just take it from there.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Chang, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Chang, Stevenchang.
And did you take today's oaths to tell the truth?
Yes, I did.
And where do you work?
South Coast Air Quality Management District,
And what is your title?
Air Quality Inspector.
And how long have you worked as an inspector?
A little over 2 years.
And how did you become familiar with Rule 1430?
By initially doing the inspections for these foraging facilities,
And what is the purpose of Rule 1430?
is to limit the emissions from metal grinding operations as well as metal cutting operations, specifically at metal forging facilities.
And are you familiar with the respondent Weber Metals?
Yes, I am.
And how did you become familiar with Weber?
By doing occasional inspections and surveillance around the area.
Okay. And Weber performs titanium repair, aluminum repair, and titanium billet grinding, correct?
Correct.
And each of those three types of operations include metal cutting and grinding?
Correct.
And so Rule 1430 applies to Weber.
Correct.
And have you determined whether there are any residences or hospitals near Weber?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to make this determination?
By doing inspections at Weber Meadows as well as doing surveillance around the area as well.
Okay, and I understand you have a map available. It's Exhibit 1 to the proposed order, and you may want to go to the projector. And are there any hospitals near Weber? Yes. And could you,
Yes, there is.
and where is this hospital?
This hospital is about less than 390 feet away towards this area.
Okay, great. And are there any residences near Weber?
Yes, there's a mobile home park that's located about less than 90 feet away from Weber's property lines, which is about right here.
Okay. Are there any single-family residences nearby?
Yes, there is one less than 350 feet away about this area right here too.
Okay. And are there any other types of homes nearby?
There is a transitional housing community that's housed right here, which at any time can house up to 100 residents at one time.
So that's south of Weber?
Yes, less than 10 feet away.
Great, thank you. If you could come back to the table. What requirements of Rule 1430, if any, apply because Weber is within 500 feet of a residence and of a hospital?
They are required to have negative pressure for their total enclosures where they conduct metal cutting and grinding as well.
And let's go over some more of the Rule 1430 requirements. Does the rule require grinding and cutting operations to be vented to an emission control device fitted with HEPA filters?
Yes, it does.
And does that requirement apply to Weber?
Yes, it does.
And does the rule require specific draft velocity for total enclosures?
Yes, it does.
And what is that requirement?
It's 200 feet per minute.
Greater than 200 feet per minute or 200 feet per minute?
At least 200 feet per minute.
Okay, let me actually look at that rule number. It is, I think D3B8, page 6. Is it?
Oh, I do apologize. It's greater than 200 feet per minute.
Great, thank you. And does the rule require a bag leak detection system for emission control devices?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and does that rule provision apply to Weber?
Yes.
And does the rule require source tests of particulate matter,
Yes.
multiple metals emissions,
Correct.
and hexavalent chromium emissions?
Yes.
And do those source test requirements apply to Weber?
Yes, it does.
Great. And does the stipulated proposed order require that Weber Ultimate complies with Rule 1430?
Yes.
And do the stipulated proposed order have conditions that help control emissions until final compliance with the rule is achieved?
Yes, it does.
Great, thank you. No further questions at this time.
Mr. Thayard, do you have any questions for Mr. Chang?
Just a couple questions. Mr. Chang, thank you. Were you involved in crafting the conditions for this order?
No, I was not, but I did get a chance to review it multiple times, and also to provide comments as well.
Okay. And so you were involved in the negotiation. You looked at the conditions before they were agreed to, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you comfortable that the conditions to which Weber has agreed provide a sufficient emission control pending the completion of the 1430 project?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Chang, Rule 1430 was adopted, to your knowledge, in March of 2017?
Correct.
Okay. Is Mr. Chang the only district witness?
Yes, but there is also an engineer that is prepared to testify if you want to go into some more technical details of the proposed order.
I had a couple of questions with regard to 14. Can you tell us, Mr. Chang, the date on which all the permits for all of the changes were granted by the district? All the relevant permits from which the 6-month time frame begins?
I do know that for the proposed configurations and also the emission control devices, the permits were granted on March 6, 2019.
Okay. I saw a couple in the proposed order of permit applications that are to be submitted, one of which is in condition 2 with regard to an air pollution control system with HEPA final stage by March 22nd. Do you know, is that a permit application that was required under the rules to already have been submitted?
Before they install the control system, they have to submit a permit application for that emission control device. So from my understanding, Weber is planning on installing that HEPA unit, so that they're required to submit that permit application for that beforehand, before they actually construct it there.
But 1430 had requirements for when permit applications needed to be submitted. Is that right?
Correct.
And so was that one of the permits that had to be submitted by that deadline? I see others saying no. If you don't know, let me know you don't know, but.
No, because this was after that fact. This was planned on getting installed after the fact of after the adoption of the rule.
Okay. right, so that's not one that was required under the rule to have already been submitted.
No.
Okay. And then there was another one. I'll have to find it. Well, I'll wait if I can find it. Also, do you have any, you probably don't, you're an inspector. I probably would have to ask this of an engineer, but I'm trying to understand a little bit of timing with regard to that same pollution control device, that same HEPA filter and air pollution control system. It's, the timing of it is within the timing of obtaining district permitting. And I'm wondering if you would be able to answer the question of if it's submitted, the application in March, approximately when that permit might be granted. But if you don't know, you can say you don't know.
Yeah, I'm not too clear on that, really. I was just aware of holdbacks in regards to city permitting, like what was presented earlier. It's the facility is straddling two cities, so they have to deal with multiple governmental agencies as well as ours as well.
Okay. Let me skip then at this point to page 11 of the proposed order, condition number 5. With regard to wet cleaning and HEPA or HEPA vacuuming, the word periodic is used on line 17. Do you know what is meant by periodic?
When it's referring to Rule 1430D3, as it says in paragraph 5, that refers to cleanings that are conducted after each shift. So if Weber, to my knowledge, Weber has 3 shifts for these grinding operations. So at the end of each shift, they would have to conduct these type of wet cleaning or HEPA vacuuming. Based on Rule 1430F, as it shows in paragraph 5 as well, too, they are required to do it once per day.
Okay, so the once after each shift and the period, so this requirement is not above what is already required by the rule?
Well, as it stands right now, they are conducting metal grinding and metal cutting inside total enclosures. So they are required by subsection F to do it at least once per day. But they are going above that and conducting it based on D3 at the end of every shift.
Okay, so the word periodic in your mind is defined by 1430D3?
Yes, that's what they're proposed to agree with.
Okay, and I see there's also quarterly roof washing and a log of roof washings. Does the district or you as an inspector would like to include the wet cleanings in the log, or you do not feel you need that?
They're usually required by 1430 as part of the record-keeping subsection
Okay.
to provide records of all types of cleaning, maintenance, and whatnot.
Okay, so that's already taken care of in the rule?
Yes.
Okay. I'm turning now to page 12, paragraph 7. And this is pursuant to the visible emission inspections every 3 hours, pursuant to method 22. It states, starting on line 4 to 5, corrective actions must be completed within 24 hours, and then it goes on to say more about those corrective actions if they're not taken. Are corrective actions defined anywhere? Do you know what corrective actions would mean in this situation?
I would have just assumed that they're repaired up to standards and they're operating in normal operational procedures.
Does that mean corrective actions meaning there are no longer any visible emissions?
I believe so.
That's your understanding of what that means?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the On the thought process behind the staggered submittal of source test protocols and testing on the various operations and pollution control devices. So, for example, in paragraph 6, March 20th is the source test protocol for the emission control device associated with the metal grinding and cutting operations in buildings H, P, M, H, P, and M, but building A1 is not required until April 9th in paragraph 8.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly why it's staggered like that, but my guess would be scheduling with the source testing company, as well as progressional installations of these emission control devices.
Okay, and then I suppose this is probably more of a question for the facility, but do you have any idea why, since you're here now, on page 14, we've got the future configuration and construction beginning not until July or November in the case of Building M East. But do you have any awareness of why the construction is not beginning until July and then November for M East?
M East.
So July for M West
Oh, okay.
and G, and November for M East, if you happen to have any idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Byrd has questions.
Yeah, I just had a question because I was a little bit confused with the permit issue as well. And I think on page 3, line 28, it says that the facility would submit permit applications no longer than May, then it continues to the next page for necessary equipment. So that's May 2nd, 2017. And I'm assuming that May 2nd, 2017, those applications were the ones for which the permits were issued in May 2019, is that correct?
March.
March 2019.
Correct.
Okay, and those permits then are, I guess I'm trying to follow how it fits all the new permits versus those permits, and if I could get somebody to just explain that to me.
I believe Mr. Thayard's witnesses are going to go into the proposed conditions in detail and the time frame and why the timeline is what it is. So it may be more, it may make more sense for him to present his witnesses, because I think that will answer a lot of the questions, and then we could have Mr. Chang come back up if you're agreeable.
And
to
will that also answer whether they were in compliance with that May 2017 deadline for permit applications? I think
Sorry, I didn't understand that was your question. I thought you were asking
That's the
about.
first part.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I apologize. And if Mr. Chang does not know, we do have a permitting engineer here that can answer questions about permit applications.
Okay. Were they in compliance with that date
For
for submitting the initial application?
They did submit initial applications in May
By the
2017. By the deadline, yes.
Okay, then we'll get to all these other permits. Then, okay, and that will be okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Chang, can you show the layout again? I just want to know, can you point out where the entrance is to the facility?
Okay, I believe, the main entrance, I believe, is right over here. That's the main office entrance. And where I usually go is I go down right here where the employee parking lot is right there. That's where I check in with the security.
And do you happen to know where all the forging, where the presses are and where the forging is taking place?
Yes, the forging is taking place in this building that is, I believe, is called Building A. And as well as, I believe it's this building right here too. This is the new addition that's actually sits in Long Beach.
Is that in operation, or has that been, construction has been completed? Do you know?
I know they were testing, but I'm not sure it's actually fully in operation as of now.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. I do have some questions, and I wanted to differentiate, and maybe it'll be helpful also when we hear from Weber Metal too, between the existing and the proposed constructions, because there's a little bit of confusion, because the existing one, are they in compliance with 1430 with the existing operation, to your knowledge?
In regards to the existing operation, they're not in compliance with 1430 requirements as of yet.
And that is because, what are
Sorry.
the reasons? Can you cite why they're not in compliance?
The main reason because the emission control devices that are venting these grinding and cutting operations do not have final stage HEPA filters yet.
But they are enclosed, but they're not negative air as required, is that?
For the most, yeah, they're all enclosed, but then not all of them have the negative air that's required under 1430, which is the greater than 200 feet per minute.
And have they, to your knowledge, have they done any testing so far?
Not that I know of.
Have they installed the leak detection for the bag house?
Not that I recall.
Any, or the DAS system?
The what system, sorry?
The digital data acquisition system?
Not that I'm aware of now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Chang? Senator, did you have?
The diagram you've shown, red outline, is a perimeter of Weber's, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially, most of the operation is taking place within that perimeter. Is up at building A1, and titanium, the building is not identified, but as a building as such. And building H, and building M.
Correct.
Okay. 1430 completely prescribes is what's legal or what should be adjusted or what's not legal. Does not meet the requirements. 1430 is clear.
Yeah, as of now, the current configuration in building P, building H, A1, and building M, there are total enclosures, which Rule 1430 requires them to be grinding under. They're compliant with Rule 1430 in regards to that aspect, but like I was saying before, the emission control devices, which the operations are vented to, they're not compliant with 1430 as of yet.
1430 requires an adherence to within the perimeter of the area. You got how many acres? You got
Oh, yes.
280 square feet. You have 20 acres of land.
Mm-hmm.
Some would be applicable and some not. What is the deciding factor? For example, building M, how far is that away from that halfway house? How many feet, really?
Mm-hmm. The rule itself doesn't specify any point source. It specifies the actual property line of Weber Metals. So if we're looking at the transitional housing, it's right next to, it's directly adjacent to the red line all the way down south. So 1430 requires that if the facility's property line is within a certain number of feet, say 500 feet within a residential area, then they're required to have negative pressure inside those buildings which they're grinding and cutting.
What is the facility?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is the facility?
What is the facility? Are you talking about the boundaries around the facility?
That's the boundaries, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
There may be 2 acres, a whole acre from building M to that so-called halfway house. Maybe a whole lot of feet. I'm just asking you for your idea, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, the way the 1430 is written, it's in regards to the actual property line of the facility, not just where they're grinding. Because when they're grinding and it's vented to emission control devices, there are catch bins where it collects all the metal dust and particles. Those catch bins can be, transported to different parts of the facility. And stored in different parts too. And I think that's why 1430 specifies it with the property line instead of by the building number.
As you move further, go back to the diagram, sir, Mr. Chang,
Yeah.
up here.
Oh.
See that living a halfway house, as you call it?
This transitional house right here, yes?
No. Go to the left, what's that? That's outside of the perimeter, correct?
This one right here, correct?
Yes. That's outside of the perimeter of the facility.
Yes.
What is that, do you know?
That building I'm not too sure of.
What about going further to the left of it? What is that building?
This one right here, I believe it's a business.
It's a business?
Yes.
So it's not affected, the same as a halfway house?
No, not exactly, because
People work in that building?
I believe so, but I believe the count is most likely less than what we're seeing over here at this transitional
Let's
housing.
go further, a little north, where you have an enclosure. Skip the big area that's enclosed. The big area up there that's not enclosed in the perimeter, at the very,
This area right here?
no, come down a little south. No, you're too high. Anyway, in that general area,
This one right here?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I think when Weber makes their presentation, they might be better to answer that question.
They go a little further north.
Here.
Yeah, what's that?
That's another facility, a business also, I believe a factory.
People work there.
Correct.
So the 1430 does not apply to them.
To the facility over here or to Weber?
Neither one of those is outside of the perimeter.
1430 applies to them. In regards to the proximity of sensitive receptors, that's why they're required to have negative pressure inside their grinding areas if they're within close proximity to residential areas. Sensitive receptors such as transitional housing or the hospital right up here. So if they're within a certain amount of feet to these.
Hospital,
Yes,
a lot of people in the hospital.
correct.
Over in the other area I asked you about, a lot of people there working.
Correct. But I believe that rule pertains to residential areas and places such as these transitional housings because there's more condensed population there perhaps. In regards to this transitional housing, when I contacted them, they said at any time they can have up to 100 residents living there at the same time.
Mr. Chang, 1430 applies to metal grinding, period, correct?
Correct.
It's certain provisions of 1430 that also apply because the property line is within 500 feet of a residence or 500 feet of a hospital, is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
So it's just heightened throughout
Exactly.
the entire facility,
Yeah.
heightened requirements.
Correct. And if they are within those proximities, then they required to have negative pressure for the whole building.
The argument could be made, Madam Chair, that just in the same area, proximity, there are 200 employees there.
There's no argument.
That's why I'm asking questions.
Okay, but I just want to be very clear, Senator. We're only talking about what the rule applies to. So it doesn't matter what should apply or should not apply. The rule applies based on its face. And on its face, the rule applies to all grinding facilities, and then the total enclosure with negative air pressure and some additional HEPA filter requirements apply only because there are residents so close. But that's what the rule says.
We'll modify the rules. Thank you.
That's for the governing board to do. Mr. Balagopalan?
Mr. Chang, I forgot to ask, have you received any complaints regarding this facility?
Yes, I have.
When was the last complaint and what was the nature of the complaint? Do you recall?
To my recollection, I believe I might have received some complaints in February 2019 of this year.
What was the nature of the,
Oh, the nature was in regards to metal grinding odors, as well as burnt chemical odors as well too.
and that was the one this year? Do you know if there were any last year, or were you the
Yes.
site inspector? You were, okay.
Yeah, there is also complaints last year as well too. There are also, I just wanted to point out also that there's additional forging facilities which conduct metal grinding in the same area as well too. So some of the complaints, they might allege one business as opposed to the other, where in reality it might be, it might actually be coming from somewhere else.
So you were not able to definitely pinpoint Weber as the source of the odor, but when you got there?
In regards to metal grinding odors, I don't recall pinpointing Weber as the metal grinding source.
And in the other facility that you were, this forging, is that the one north of the north of the property that you were pointing to earlier, saying it's a business factory?
No, I don't believe they are actually on this map. No, they're not on this map. It's further north.
Now, you have observed the grinding operation during your inspection,
Correct.
and all the different grinding operations?
Correct.
The billet grinding,
Yes.
the hand grinding, and the surface grinding?
Yes.
And in your opinion, which one creates the most amount of dust emissions?
I would have to say, based on what I've seen, probably building P and H, the titanium repairs. Because usually, most often when I go do the inspections there, they're the ones that are operating mostly all the times when I'm there. Whereas the other ones, the billet grinding down at building M, I don't see that grinding too often.
Have you ever observed that in operation?
Yes, I have.
One last question. There are no schools, right? Where's the closest school from here?
There is a school, it's not pictured on the map, but I forget how close it was. I believe, yeah, I can't say for sure, but there is
More than 1,000 feet. would
I
you
think
say?
it's close to 1,000 feet, or maybe a little less, perhaps.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, okay, I did too, but go ahead, Ms. Bird.
I just had one follow-up, and the question had been raised as to where was this facility currently in compliance, and I had that question as well, because in reading the rule, there's some aspects that say requirements must be met no later than 6 months after the permit to construct, and I thought the permit to construct was issued March 2nd, 2019. So are they not in compliance at all?
Yeah, that question, I think it would be better answered. Yeah, because I'm not too sure about the deadlines in regards to that compliance time.
Okay, because it's in the order and the findings on page, at least one of them is on page 3, under number 10.
We can have a permit engineer testify to
Okay.
some of the deadlines in the permit applications and permit issuance, if that would be helpful, after Weber presents its witnesses.
Okay. I'll come back to that if you like. It's just a little bit confusing as to what, I just wanted to make sure that the testimony was that they were not in compliance at all, but the document here says that 6 months after the permit to construct, so that's the question I have. Thank you.
Okay, and that was my question as well. Senator, you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question was, did you receive any complaints?
Yeah, I received complaints.
In 2 years you've been with the district.
Correct.
And about how many complaints did you receive roughly?
Complaints alleging Weber metals or just general complaints in Paramount?
Alleged Weber metals.
Off the top of my head, I would estimate maybe within the 2 years, maybe about 20 or so.
Did any complaints come from the business area, that building adjacent to the perimeter?
From the businesses next to Weber Meadows, no, I don't believe any of the complaints came from them.
You're not sure, though.
The complaints that I ever received, I can say that I don't recall any complaints coming from businesses right next to Weber Meadows.
Are any other inspectors working that area beside you?
I'm primarily the assigned inspector for that area, but if I'm off a certain day, another inspector might have filled in for me, but I'm not too sure if they received any from the nearby businesses.
If they fill in for you when you're off, do you have the occasion to check the records of the activity when you're off?
Yes, I believe I'm able to. I can check
You
on our
identified
system.
any complaints posted by the people who replaced you?
I'm not sure. I haven't checked those ones.
You never checked them?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Chen?
I
Mr. Thayer?
have a couple of follow-up questions, and perhaps this could also go to an engineer, but I want to clarify, to follow up on something Ms. Bird said. The Rule 1430 is written such that within 6 months after permit to constructs are issued, Weber shall have negative pressure and HEPA filtration. But that only happened 2 weeks ago. So as we sit here today, Weber is in compliance, is in full compliance with 1430, correct?
Can you?
Well, and perhaps Ms. Sue is saying a different witness and testify, but I just want to clarify. The rule requires that negative pressure and HEPA filtration be installed within 6 months after permits to construct are issued, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those permits to construct were issued on March 6, 2019, correct?
Correct.
So Weber did not have to install those the next day, correct?
Correct.
So as we sit here today, Weber is in compliance with 1430. In other words, they have 6 months to install HEPA filtration and negative pressure, correct?
Correct.
Okay. By contrast, however, the conditions to which Weber has agreed to would apply immediately, like today, if this order is granted, correct?
Correct.
And those are conditions that Weber would not have to adhere to in the 6 months unless it entered this order, correct? In other words, they wouldn't have to enter these conditions.
Correct.
Correct. So by today's order, if it's issued, certain conditions which you already testified that you're comfortable provide effective emission control would be in place today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we wouldn't have to wait 6 months.
Correct.
And then finally, just to clarify, you indicated that in terms of complaints with odors, as a general matter, you've not pinpointed Weber as a source of particular odors, for instance, on, those 20 complaints.
In regards to some of those complaints, I have pinpointed Weber as the source.
Okay. And when did you, on what occasion, how many times did you do that?
I can't recall how many times I did that, but just FYI, there's the odors were also in regards to some odor complaints were in regards to metal grinding operations, and some odors also in regards to a different process, the forging process.
But today's hearing is about grinding, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it'd be a lesser amount with regard to grinding.
Lesser amount. Correct.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, and Ms. Sue, you're going to hold your second witness for after.
Yes, if after their presentation, the hearing board would like to hear from our permit engineer, we can call the permit engineer.
Senator, did you have another question before we moved on to Weber's witnesses?
Right. I'm a little confused. There are certain emission levels that Weber would have to adhere to, is that correct?
Correct.
Or are they adhering to those emission levels today?
Not today, but since
That's the answer, yes or no?
no.
Therefore, they're not in compliance.
That's not correct. Wait, we're oversimplifying it. There are specific requirements. Is that correct, Mr. Chang?
Correct.
Not just emissions need to be below a certain number. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, including, for example, negative pressure in total enclosures. Is that correct?
Correct.
But Rule 1430 for that type of requirement does not take effect until 6 months after the permit to construct is granted. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was just granted this month. Is that correct?
Yeah, this was just granted this month for the proposed configurations.
So for those requirements would not be, those requirements would not be in effect until September 2019.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr.
And I
Balagopalan.
think we probably need clarification on this because I think, again, there is existing operation that as of March 3rd, 2017, there's timelines to get into compliance, and there's new construction. I mean, they could have come for the permit for the new system 6 months down the road, and then it'll be further down 6 months when they have to do be in compliance with that aspect of it. But in the meantime, the existing operation, and that's the reason I believe, and maybe we'll get, is they indicated in the petition that the building as is now, they cannot do, they won't meet the requirements to put negative air, and so they are not doing negative air until they move to a new building. In the meantime, they're going to put a HEPA on the existing control and do the testing as required by the rule. And then with the new construction, they will meet all the requirements because they're going to build a negative air enclosure and with HEPA and do all that. And I just wanted to get maybe clarification later, the distinction between the two. Just because they submitted the application March of this year, and then they have 6 months, doesn't mean that they didn't have to comply with the rule, until this, that deadline when they,
I'm not sensing a specific question, but I think that we should be very clear that, and I think it has to do with the fact that we're not getting the full picture yet by the time Mr. Chang has testified. But we will need to know what, if any, provisions of 1430 should already be in effect, but aren't, if that's at all the case, and where we stand.
I think maybe when we hear testimony from Weber Metal, that might be clearer, but,
Yes,
and I think.
that's our hope.
Yeah, it was, hope so.
But we may have to jump back and forth.
Yes.
Senator.
If, y'all just need an understanding. If they're in compliance, why is it that we have an order of abatement, petition to order of abatement? If they're in compliance, then you take no action.
I'm not sure if that's a question for Mr. Chang or for council, but I believe in the opening, the point, and in the petition, the point was that we now know they will not be in compliance in 6 months. And so this order is being proactively entered into. I don't want to put words in the mouth of council, but is that correct?
Just for clarification, are they in compliance now?
We're going to find that out. Let's let this
Right.
hearing
If
go
they're in
forward.
compliance, then for clarification for mine, they don't need an order of abatement. It just.
First of all, that's not true. This is a stipulated order for abatement. We do not have to find a
No,
violation.
that's
Let's be clear with that first.
Before the stipulation, there's an order by the district.
Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly refer us to the reference chart. This is a stipulated order for abatement, does not require a finding of violation. Okay, we're gonna,
Madam Chair, for clarification, petition that I received early on, petition for order, for an order of abatement dated March 13th.
yes, It is
Okay,
now a
that means
stipulated
that-
order.
Does it mean something, they were already in compliance,
Okay.
even though this order was issued?
Okay, I'm just going to ask you to, it's not an order. It was a petition for an order. for
Petition for an
abatement.
order, yeah.
Okay. There's no order in effect. I'm gonna stop us here because we're arguing, something we shouldn't be arguing. I'm gonna move it to Mr. Thayard to introduce his first witness, and in the meantime, I'm going to refer the board again to the reference chart that was created so we know what we need to make, what findings we need to make for a stipulated order. Mr. Thayard, if you can introduce your first witness, and hopefully we can get some of these very important questions answered.
Yes, thank you very much. Very briefly, on one procedural point with regard to the conditions before I introduce my witness, you asked about Condition 2. We'll hear testimony about that. Condition 2 is one of the gives, if you will, that Weber is making. It is not a 1430 required thing. The reason a separate permit application is being submitted for that is because Weber is going to be installing a HEPA blower inside its building for inside that building as a separate requirement above and beyond Rule 1430.
Okay, let's hear the testimony.
Okay, I would like to call my first witness and introduce my first witness, Ms. Queen Uchekwe. Ms. Uchekwe, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
All right. My name is Queen Uchekwe, Queenuchekwe.
And what is your education after high school?
I have a chemical engineering degree and a minor in environmental engineering from Cal State Long Beach. I have an MBA from Pepperdine University and also a social, environmental, ethical, responsible business practices certificate from Pepperdine University.
Okay, and what in general are your job duties?
I'm responsible for the administration of our environmental program at Weber Metals.
And how long have you been at Weber?
A little over 6 years.
And do your duties include compliance with 1430 and other laws?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so briefly give us an idea of what it is that Weber does.
We forge titanium and aluminum components for aerospace applications.
Okay, so what's the percentage roughly between commercial and military?
We have about 80% commercial products and 20% military.
Okay, so give me an example of where I might find or see a Weber product.
You can find our products on the Black Hawk helicopters that we use for fighting fires. On most flights that you travel on, we make things like your landing gears, your window frames, wheels, and other kinds of structural components for the aircraft.
How long has the company been in Paramount?
We've been a part of the Paramount community for over 50 years.
And you're also partially in Long Beach, correct?
Yes, we are.
But it's one contiguous facility, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How many employees does Weber have?
We currently have over 600 employees.
And in general, can you describe the company culture?
We're a very family-oriented company. We have a lot of long-term employees, family members that work at Weber, a lot of Paramount residents as well. So I would say family-oriented.
And briefly, just give me an idea of maybe some of the community support or programs that you're involved in.
Our employees volunteer our time in the city of Paramount. We participate in events like tree planting for Arbor Day. We have annual Thanksgiving dinner events that we serve at. We also participate on smoke detector changing in the residence of Paramount with the Red Cross. We also very involved with the PEP program, which is the Paramount Educational Partnership. We sit on advisory councils for the school district. We participate in the Chamber of Commerce. We offer internship programs, scholarships, and just general community participation.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got this little 4-box figure here. Can you briefly explain what these 4 things, so just go through for us what it is that Weber does?
Are you
using-
referring to something we should be seeing?
Oh, it's not on the screen?
Okay.
Oh,
If you want something to be on the screen, please ask the clerk, and so she can switch.
oh, there's a short delay. Is the PowerPoint presenting on the screen, or is it on a delay?
No, but if you're going to be referring to it,
Okay.
then you need to say keep it
Understood.
Is this from the PowerPoint that was handed out?
This is from the PowerPoint that was handed out. You
Okay,
have it in
then
hard copy as well.
I'm going to mark it. We received a multi-page PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to mark that as Exhibit A, as in apple.
It's my presumption as well that the PowerPoint is visible to people on webcast, correct? Okay. And that's part of the reason we wanted to present a PowerPoint as well as the hard copy so that members of the community could see it as well.
Thank you, and that's why, please, if you could let the clerk know, because unless you ask for that to be put on webcast and visible, it will not be, and she'll switch back and forth.
Understood. So I'll say that for the purposes of Weber's presentation, we will generally be providing additional details regarding the PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint is an essential piece of the presentation. So we should keep it up, basically. We're on
And that
page-
is page 16?
Yeah, we're on slide 16. There's a figure titled What Weber Does. Can you please, in general, explain the process of how Weber makes one of these parts you were talking about?
Okay, so we have our raw material, we call them ingot. They go through a heating process and then through the forging process, and then the final step is the repair. That's basically aluminum repair, titanium repair, and titanium billet operations.
Okay, so you start with a large kind of raw piece of metal, and then that goes through a heating and forging process to shape it? Is that basically what it does?
Yes.
Okay. And why is there a circle there around repair and grinding?
That's the focus of our conversation today.
Okay. And in general terms, what is grinding? What does that mean?
It's basically a repair operation. After inspection, we go in, and if we need to remove any defects or make any repairs from the products, we do that through the grinding process.
So is it fair to say that it's kind of fine-tuning rather a part?
Yes.
Okay. All right, slide 17. As a general matter, how important is environmental compliance at Weber?
Environmental compliance is very important to us at Weber. It is one of our 4 core values.
And how do you manage compliance generally?
We have, at the very top, support from all our executive staff members. I work in the factory planning group, and we have about 40 people in the factory planning group, including maintenance, that support me with daily environmental activities. We have a certified environmental management system, and to manage that system, we have a cross-functional environmental management representative team, and we get together as a team bi-weekly, and we work on projects and things to basically continue to enhance our environmental program. We also have monthly environmental health and safety committee meetings with our production workforce.
And what does it mean to be ISO 14001 certified?
So ISO 14001 is an internationally recognized. ISO stands for International Standards of Organization, and it's a globally recognized certification for environmental management systems across different industries.
How many shifts does Weber operate?
We operate on 3 shifts.
And is environmental compliance required for each shift?
Yes.
Okay, slide 18. So slide 18, we'll move to 1430 compliance specifically here. This might go to some of the questions that the board had before. So on the left there, does that describe the items, the compliance items that Weber must satisfy under Rule 1430?
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with the first one, housekeeping. Does the check mark under 1430 indicate that that is a required element of Rule 1430, housekeeping?
Yes.
Okay, and what do the green check marks signify in terms of housekeeping?
And the green check marks show that we are in compliance with the rule requirement.
Okay, and as part of this, a condition of this abatement order, has Weber agreed to do even more housekeeping than is required by rule?
Yes.
And what has Weber agreed to do?
We will be increasing the frequency of the roof cleaning as required by 1430. 1430 currently requires that we clean the roofs twice a year. As part of this order, we would be doing that quarterly. We'll also increase our housekeeping at the different grinding stations.
Okay. And is that referring to, earlier we heard testimony that 1430F housekeeping are the required housekeeping right now for Weber Metals, correct?
Yes,
But as part of this order, Weber is also agreeing above and beyond to comply with additional housekeeping that's required by 1430D3, correct?
yes.
Okay. The next line is about record keeping. What records does Weber maintain?
We keep records on the weight of the waste from housekeeping operations. We keep records from the XRF scanning of the bag house catch from housekeeping operations. We keep logs of housekeeping and any kind of maintenance and inspections that we do on our total enclosures.
And are those records provided to the district upon request?
Yes,
And so Weber is in compliance with that portion of 1430, correct?
yes.
Okay, so the next line is total enclosure. Please explain how for each of the three centers we've talked about, Weber has a total enclosure.
So for our aluminum repair location that is housed in our largest production facility, we installed 4 walls around the grinding center to meet the total enclosure requirements. For titanium grinding, the Vulcan grinder, that was already housed in its own building. So we made some modifications, closed off any kind of leaks that we may have had on that building. And in titanium repair, we added curtain walls around building H, that building houses to operations. So we went and we added walls around the grinding operations. In building P, we retrofitted, did some modifications of buildings. We also included some fast-acting roll-up doors, so that way the buildings remain closed during production. So the doors only open when you're entering with a forklift.
Got it. So the next line says total enclosure with negative pressure. Do you see that?
Yes,
And that's a 1430 requirement, correct?
yes.
Now, there's a check mark by titanium repair. What does that check mark mean?
It means we currently meet the negative air requirement in titanium repair.
Repeat that, please.
We currently meet the negative air requirements in building P for titanium repair.
Okay. But we mentioned that titanium repair also occurs in building H, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the project will be, is it to include negative pressure for all of the titanium repair?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just explain the red cross as you go ahead.
They're going to get to that, I believe.
So with regard to the aluminum repair, is that currently under rule required negative pressure?
No, it's not.
And when is the expectation that that will be under rule required negative pressure?
I believe by the end of this year, and my coworker can give us more details on project scheduling.
Okay. Do you recall when the permits for the 1430 project were issued?
And they were issued last week, on the 6th, I believe,
March 6, 2019?
2019, yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding in terms of the timetable that 1430 requires those basically those permits to be, implemented?
So within 6 months of when we received our permits to construct, the total negative pressure requirements have to be met within 6 months.
But as of today, Weber is in full compliance with the existing requirements of Rule 1430, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the red check, the sort of the red X's rather, in terms of on aluminum repair and titanium grinding on the negative pressure box, what do those indicate?
It means as of today, they don't meet the negative pressure requirement.
Okay. And the red X's on HEPA filters at the bottom, do you see that?
Yes.
What do those indicate?
It means we do not have HEPA filters on those emission control devices today.
Will there be another witness that will explain what kind of controls currently exist on those buildings?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the time frame for completing HEPA filters under 1430?
6 months after you receive your permit to construct.
Okay. And that's not today.
That's not today, no.
Okay. So in,
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, if somebody's going to explain the red X's, but with regard to negative air, in context with the conditions 11, 12, and 13 of the proposed order, with regard to, once this order, if it is adopted, those requirements will go into effect?
I believe so.
yes, so I have a witness from Ramball that will explain the existing conditions. And as you will notice from those conditions, there are several buildings for which modifications have already been made to achieve negative pressure as a condition of the, and then there's a couple that are slightly below 200 feet per minute, but are still negative.
I see.
And so
And I see the difference between the one
Yes.
that says pursuant to Rule 1430 and ones that don't. So I assume that will be explained.
That will be explained, and certainly if there's any follow-up questions on that,
Thank you.
have somebody that can testify to that. Okay. So this 1430 project that we're talking about today, what is the intent of the project?
Compliance?
And that includes the negative pressure and HEPA filter
Yes.
boxes, right? So
Yes.
basically turning those red X's into green checks.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, slide 19. So by way of background, I'd like to go over the work that's been completed since the adoption of Rule 1430. The first bullet point talks about retrofitted existing grinding areas. Can you explain that further?
Yes, so I mentioned previously that we retrofitted our buildings, so the image you see there, the first one is building P, and so we added that fast-acting roll-up door to make sure we met the total enclosure requirements. The picture on your right is the section in building A1 that currently houses our aluminum repair operations. So we retrofitted that by putting the walls that you can see in the picture around to meet the total enclosure requirement.
And what was the approximate cost of retrofitting everything to total enclosures?
It cost us over $220,000.
So the next bullet talks about completed detailed feasibility studies. What does that mean?
So when 1430 was adopted, we hired an engineering firm to do an analysis on our current operations, the requirements of 1430, and recommend the best option for us to meet the rules requirements.
Okay. Did you submit the 1430 required permit applications?
Yes,
And did you do so by the May 2nd, 2017 deadline set forth in the rule?
yes, we did,
And when were those permits issued?
on March 6th of this year.
Thank you. Okay, so slide number 20, let's move forward. What is an EPC firm?
An EPC firm is an engineering, procurement, and construction firm.
And what was the significance of did you contract an EPC firm?
Yes, we did.
And what was the significance of that?
They were the organization that conducted the feasibility study on meeting compliance for us.
Okay.
And we've been working with them since 2017.
And did Weber, it says began design engineering. What does that mean?
So after we completed the feasibility study, the EPC firm moved forward with designing the final proposed locations that we'll be having for Grandin.
Okay. So in general, and we have another witness that'll talk about the project more specifically, but in general, what does design engineering mean?
It means everything from figuring out what type of equipment that you would need, sizing, configuration, construction, lead times, so everything that goes into basically putting a project together. Equipment.
There's a parenthetical there that says at risk. What does that mean?
So we started that before we received our permits to construct. And so that means we went ahead proactively with moving forward with what we believe is the best option to comply with 1430.
Okay. Back to housekeeping. What additional housekeeping equipment did Weber purchase?
So we purchased HEPA vacuums for our titanium grinding centers. The HEPA vacuums we purchased were explosion proof. We also bought a walk-behind HEPA sweeper for the aluminum repair operations. We also, in addition to our wet sweeper.
Okay, let's move on to slide number 21. And this one is primarily related to city permitting, some on AQMD permitting as well. But so you testified that Weber is partially in Paramount and partially in Long Beach, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And some of these centers are being moved to Long Beach, is that correct?
correct.
So what did Long Beach require permits?
Yes, they did.
So in general, what was the permitting process in Long Beach?
Long Beach required building permits, and we had to make a modification to our existing sewer permit.
Okay. And did you engage the city of Long Beach?
Yes,
Did you have to submit applications and drawings?
yes, we did.
Okay. Have you received all the major permits you need from the city of Long Beach?
We have all the major permits. We have one permit that we're still waiting to receive.
Okay. And as of today, has Long Beach required any CUP, a conditional use permit, or any CEQA determination regarding the project?
No,
Okay. Are you comfortable as we sit here today that you've overcome the major hurdles towards permitting in Long Beach?
yes,
Okay. As far as you know, are there any other forage facilities in the area that straddle two cities the way Weber does?
no,
And in your mind, has that caused a significant logistical challenge for Weber on this project?
yes, it has.
So let's move to Paramount. As a general matter, can you explain, did Paramount require any of its own permits?
Yes, it did.
So in general, can you explain the permitting process in Paramount?
So the city of Paramount requires a conditional use permit. They also require a full CEQA analysis for projects before you can submit any other kind of permits that you would need, like your building permits.
And did Weber go through that process?
Yes, we did.
And did you meet with the city of Paramount to discuss the project?
Yes,
And have you, as we sit here today, obtained a conditional use permit from the city of Paramount?
yes, we have.
Was that last night?
Yes,
So at this point, do you expect any delays or do you still need some smaller permits from the city of Paramount?
yes, we do.
Okay. What kind of permits are you still needing?
We'll need building permits, fire permits.
But was the CUP and CEQA determination kind of the major hurdle in Paramount?
Yes,
Okay. And are you comfortable as we sit here today that you have overcome the significant permitting challenges in Paramount?
yes,
Okay. So in conclusion, given all the work you've done to get the building permits in Long Beach, the CUP from Paramount, do you expect any delay or issues with regard to city permitting going forward?
no,
Okay. The last bullet point there talks about AQMD. It goes back to a district permit. Did the district require permit applications for the existing centers as they're currently operating?
yes,
And has Weber, as we sit here today, submitted all requested, let me start over. Has Weber submitted all requested district permits for the existing centers as of this date?
yes,
So as a general matter, except for the hearing that we're talking about today, do you feel comfortable that Weber has satisfied all of its permitting requirements in Long Beach, Paramount, and with AQMD?
yes,
And was most of that work, in fact, the vast majority of that work, done well before Weber ever got the permits on March 6th for the new configuration?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, slide 22. Mr. Schran will testify about the project specifics, but as a general matter, can you give us what the estimated capital cost of this 1430 project is?
We're looking at about $13 million.
And has Weber and its EPC firm, did they study other potential options for compliance?
Yes.
And as a general matter, is there an easier or faster or cheaper way to do this project?
No.
If there were a cheaper way or a faster way, would Weber be pursuing it?
Yes, we would.
There's a line there about operating cost, production loss. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little more?
So that's what we'll be losing when we have the stations down for relocation or replacement.
So there's a cost impact to doing the project above and beyond the contract cost of the project, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Will this 1430 compliance project increase Weber's capacity or operations?
No.
Is this purely a compliance project?
Yes, it is.
And at this point, I pass the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Board members, anyone have questions for Ms. Uchukwe? Senator, did you want to ask your questions? Okay, and then Mr. Gopalan.
1430. You say this facility is in total compliance as of today, correct?
Correct.
And what about 1430E? Explain that to me.
1430 E?
E.
Okay. So 1430E requires emission control devices with HEPA filtration at the final stage. We currently have emission control devices on our grinding operations. However, those devices do not have the HEPA filter requirement. Now, once we receive the PTC, we have 6 months to install the HEPA
My
filters.
question was, as of today, are you in compliance?
I would say yes.
On what basis?
We've met the requirements of 1430. We have submitted applications to construct the new emission control devices, which we just currently received. We do have the total enclosure requirements. We currently perform the housekeeping requirements. We do the record keeping requirements. We've met negative pressure in one of the locations. But in terms of the HEPA filtration and negative pressure across the board, we have 6 months to meet that. So pursuant to the rule, we're in compliance.
And can you be specific with the 6 months, what date that is? March 6th was when you received the permit to construct, so it's around September 6th?
Yes. Yeah, September 6th of this year.
To me, as I read it, it's saying that 1430E must be in compliance today.
I would prefer that you, if you'd like to look at the rule, you should look at the actual rule rather than the petition. And the rule, I'll read it. Why don't I read it? That way we can, okay, so Rule 1430E1 states, the owner or operator of a metal forging facility shall vent emissions from all metal grinding and metal cutting operations to an emission control device no later than 6 months after a permit to construct for the emission control device is issued by the executive officer. That's what the rule says. We have testimony that the permit to construct was issued on March 6th, and so that means that that requirement takes effect September 6th around 2019.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Okay, on page 16, you talked about repair grinding,
Okay.
and you talked about it goes through the ingot, raw material, heat, forge, and the cleanup is the grinding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right now, when you're grinding, you get that removing the burrs. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, removing
Deburr.
defects, yeah.
Okay. what kind of microns in terms of size that you are realizing at this point in time during your grinding operation?
I don't know off the top of my head, but
Some of it comes like smoke or air. Some can be airborne, some cannot be airborne.
fine particles that could potentially be airborne, they currently are vented to an emission control device. So
They can't be airborne,
potentially.
right? Then some just fall on the floor nearby.
The weight, the shavings from aluminum are a little larger than that from titanium repair, so this could fall on the ground. But for titanium repair on the billet, it's highly unlikely because they're currently vented, so we have a good capture efficiency on our control devices at the moment.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Uchokwe. I wanted to clarify the permits that were issued for the existing pieces of equipment and for the new. If you can look at the order and, and I look at page 4, application 610202, that is for the existing system, correct?
Correct.
And do you know approximately when this was submitted?
I believe December
December of which year?
2018. 2018, last year.
2018.
Yeah.
And you didn't get a permit to operate on that, right? You applied as a permit to operate because it's an existing equipment,
Correct.
current, yeah. And the district has not issued any permit on that. Have they approved a permit on this one?
We don't have that yet.
You have a temporary permit to operate because you submitted that.
Correct.
Where I'm confused, okay, let me just jump a little bit, I'll come back to that, because the new ones, if we look, which one would you say is the new one? Let's say for the same titanium repair, if you go to page 8, application 593965, is that for the new, because that's the new system with the mist eliminator, with a wet scrubber with mist eliminator, with HEPA and the total enclosure?
Correct.
And where I'm confused is normally when an application comes, it's sequential. You know, if that this number is, earlier, and I'm not sure, maybe the district staff, that's why I'm getting confused too, because the newer application have a higher number, and so if this was, was submitted in 20, and do you know when this was submitted, the 593965?
That was submitted in 2000, I believe, May 3rd of 2017?
2017?
Yes, for the,
If I may, real quick, because I think this is partially a legal answer as well. The legal aspect is that the 1430 permits were submitted on time, in May of 2017. At that time, the expectation was that those permit applications would cover, by virtue of permit shield, or application shield rather, the existing centers as well. That was the expectation, and that's what Weber was actually informed of by AQMD. Over time, however, in 2018, the AQMD came to a different conclusion that actually Weber took a different legal interpretation, that it needed to submit permits for the existing centers, and so Weber complied with that by submitting applications for the existing centers. And that's probably why, and this, I'm stepping in because I don't think that Ms. Uchekwe knows the answer to this because it's mostly legal. That's why the numbers are,
Okay,
are flipped.
Okay, that's explained for the existing, okay.
Thank you.
So that was the confusion there. So okay, so that was the understanding, and then you had to submit it later for the existing one. That's why but however, when was the date of the submittal? When you submitted and when you talk about shield, you're talking about the Title V shield, correct?
I was talking about a permit application shield.
Shield for
which-
because this is a Title V
Title
facility.
V facility, correct.
So you're talking about that. Yeah. So so are you saying that the district then later asked to submit this application for the existing, and that's why and when were they submitted? That's what I'm trying to,
The
ascertain.
question of when they were submitted is probably something that either the district can answer, my witness from Ramball can answer. The question of why were they required is probably a combination of Ms. Sue and I. Basically, the way I took it is that as a condition of considering a stipulated order for abatement to allow the existing operations to go forward, the district was requiring that, even though the permits perhaps could or could not be issued, I don't know, that's to be determined, but that at a minimum, the applications be submitted, per district request. So those were submitted.
Okay. The new, the existing equipment that there was to comply with 1430 and with negative air, from the petition, it says that there was a determination made due to safety and trying to meet the fire code that was not feasible.
Correct.
And is that the reason why the feasibility study looked at relocating and then rebuilding and with negative air, with HEPA and so forth? Is that the reason why that's been done?
Correct.
So, because the existing structure did not allow for the negative air, so it didn't make, you couldn't do it. You couldn't comply with the requirement of the rule because you couldn't, feasibility study showed that it was not feasible to do that.
Correct.
Okay. And so I think the point, and I know this is in a stipulated order and we don't have to find violation, but just for clarification purposes, and maybe, I just want to be sure we're all on the same page. And the point I made earlier is we talked about 6 months after the permit to construct, and and my understanding that gives time for the facility to come into, to give 6 months, that's somewhat adequate time to build and construct and so forth, and, if it's a new one, if it's a new building, but because the rule was adopted in 2017, the application was not submitted for the new design, new building till 2019. No?
No, the application for the new design was submitted in 2017.
For the new was
Correct.
submitted in 2017?
Correct.
So you had already done the design and all that, and you looked at it and submitted in 2017 for the new?
We submitted based on a preliminary design that we did. So when Rule 1430 was adopted, there were specific deadlines in the rule for when you had to submit certain things. There was a specific deadline to submit applications if you were going to relocate or install new systems.
Right.
There was deadlines to meet. There were other milestones in there. So to meet the deadline of the rule, one of the first receivables, one of the first, deliveries from my initial feasibility study, that was what we used to submit for the applications. And so we've since refined and finalized the design since we submitted the applications in 2017.
Okay, so then you submitted in 2017 for a permit to construct for all the new, so it's not okay.
Correct.
So, and then, but the district did not issue that permit till March of this year?
Correct.
So do you know why there was such a long delay?
Our project is very complicated. It's.
Okay, so, okay. All right, I'll thank you.
Senator, questions for Ms. Uchequay?
On page 18, the footnote may explain it, however, but you have some 1430 compliance summary. And you explained it, but could you explain why you have crosses in red? Is that in compliance or not in compliance?
So the crosses in red are for the specific elements that we do not currently meet the compliance for.
You're not in compliance.
Currently,
Is
yes.
that because of building P?
No, it's because we have to move forward with the construction project. So in 6 months, that's.
for grinding operations, you're relocating to building P to building M East in Long Beach. Is that what you're doing?
We will be, yes,
Then will that satisfy that condition
in the new
set
location.
forth in terms of compliance?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just a general statement about timing. I want to be clear, we're going to take a lunch break at some point. And also, I will have a pre-hearing conference at 2 o'clock. I do not believe we will be done by then, but maybe we will. Just so we're all planning. And if by any chance we're not done by today, we can always continue tomorrow. But my hope is we will be done by today. Okay, with that said, are there any other questions for Ms. Uchiquay? Okay, let's take a short break then. Let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:20, and let's try to be on time so that we can move the hearing along. We're off the record. We are now back on the record. And Mr. Thayard, I think you're going to introduce your next witness.
Yes, so members of the board, there's been several questions asked about permitting. I would like, with your indulgence, to take a witness out of order that I wasn't going to put on till the end, but to answer and to explain, there's the three aspects: the project permits, the existing permits, and that condition 2 that Ms. Prusak mentioned. So I'd like to call to answer those specific questions Mr. Eric Pearson to come up here.
That makes sense.
Okay, Mr. Pearson, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Eric Pearson, spelled E-R-I-K, Pearson spelled P-E-A-R-S-O-N.
And who is your employer?
Ramble U.S. Corporation, offices in Irvine, California.
Are you a consultant to Weber?
I'm an environmental consultant to Weber.
So you're not employed by Weber, correct?
Correct.
And in general, what is the scope of your retention by Weber? What do you do for them?
I help them with their permit applications and code compliance.
Okay, thank you. So you heard several of the board members' questions regarding permitting while you were sitting back there in the galley, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'd like to start first by talking about the 1430 project permits. And all these next questions are about the new proposed configuration, that is the meat of this presentation today. So as to the new configuration, the 1430 project, when did Weber submit the permit applications for this project, the 1430 project, the new configuration?
They were submitted on May 2nd, 2017.
And under Rule 1430, was that a timely submittal?
That is correct. It was.
Now, one of the members asked about the time frame. Why did it take so long between that date in 2017 to March 6, 2019 to issue the permits? In general, can you explain what occurred during that period of time?
Well, with a complex project like this, there was a lot of back and forth, as there usually is with the AQMD. We had a number of applications where we had to come to an agreement of various conditions. We also had a request and came to an agreement that this project was to be a permit to construct, given that we're relocating equipment. And then at a later date, the district requested that we file applications for the existing operations.
So let's set aside the existing for now. Let's not talk about those. So did AQMD ask questions as to the permit submittal for the future configuration, the 1430 project?
Yes, they did.
And did Weber and Ramball respond to those?
Yes, we did.
And in general, did the company provide timely responses to the AQMD's questions?
Yes.
And did some of the questions require resubmittal or maybe modifications to the permit applications?
Yes.
Okay. And would you say that in general this was a complex permitting situation?
Yes, I would.
Was there a period of time when the district was also sort of waiting on the permit issuance because of CEQA issues in Paramount?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And so that took a period of time that was outside the district's control, correct?
Correct.
And now, as far as, we heard testimony that those CEQA issues have been overcome, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, given that they were very complex, do you have any concerns about the time frame, or was there anything necessarily unusual given the facts and circumstances about why it took so long to issue the permits?
No.
But was Weber working on the project even before it got the permits?
Yes, they were.
So as we sit here today, in your mind, is everything finished regarding AQMD permitting for the new configuration, the 1430 project?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's move to the existing operations. So we're talking about what's happening now, okay? When Weber submitted the 1430 project permits for the new configurations, did Weber believe that those permit applications for the new configuration cover the existing operations as well?
Yes.
So at the time those permits were submitted, it was expected that by submitting those, the permit shield would also cover existing operations, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And in fact, that's what the district informed you, correct?
At one point,
Okay. And at some point that changed.
that's correct.
Okay. Approximately when did that change?
I want to say in 2018, mid of 2018.
Okay. So sometime in middle 2018, the district said, actually, we'd like to see permit applications for the existing equipment, or something to that effect.
Correct.
Okay. And setting aside whether or not that may have been legally required or not, did Weber respond to that request?
Yes.
And did Weber submit all the requested permit applications to the AQMD for existing configuration?
Yes, once we were notified.
And as we sit here today, has Weber submitted all requested AQMD permit applications for the existing equipment?
This is correct, yes.
And is it Weber's expectation that those permit applications, that now the existing equipment is covered by the permit application shield?
Yes.
And if this order were issued today by this hearing board, those existing operations would be covered by the order and the conditions of the order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to the conditions. Particularly, I'd like to start with condition number 2.
Can I just interrupt you for 1 minute, Mr. Thayer, just to clarify something? When you say the permit shield, what you mean is the application serves as a permit to operate. Is that a temporary permit to operate? Is that correct? Then, yeah, let me ask
Yes,
the
that
witness.
is correct.
Thank you.
So Ms. Prusak, and I believe other members as well, asked a question about a future permit application related to a particular condition of the proposed order, which is condition 2. Do you remember that question?
I do.
Okay. So let's look at condition proposed, I should say, nothing's been issued yet, proposed condition 2 to this stipulated order. I'll let you turn to it. Okay. So in general, what does that condition require?
This condition is requiring that Weber will submit a permit application to the district for an air pollution control system that's got a rating of approximately 12,000 CFM, and its final stage of filtration will be HEPA.
Is that CFM rating 12,000 with HEPA as the final stage, is that currently required by Rule 1430?
Well, the piece of equipment, no.
Okay. And that wouldn't be required even in a new center for a building, for the new building, correct?
No, it would be different.
Okay. So that is a permit application that we are doing purely, is it purely as a condition of the abatement order and not required otherwise by rule?
That's correct.
So when I said earlier that that's a give, that's something that we agreed to do, Weber agreed to do, above and beyond any rule requirement, was I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And why is it that a permit application needs to be submitted for that?
Well, because it controls air contaminants.
Okay. And the installation date of that piece of equipment will be triggered by when the permit application is approved, correct?
That is correct.
Now, we can't submit and approve our own application, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so Weber does not control when that permit application will be actually approved.
Correct.
But we are obligated to submit it by March 22nd, correct?
That's correct.
Assuming that the district has questions about that permit applications, will Weber be responding in a timely way so as not to delay issuance of that permit?
They will.
Okay. I asked this witness to testify as well as to the other conditions of the order for abatement and go through them and why they provide a benefit. However, I can defer that. I can keep going, but what I wanted to do was cover some of the existing questions first. So I'll pause there and then take a cue as to whether to go on to the other conditions.
And I'm thinking probably you'll wait and bring on your other witness because we don't want to start a slew of other questions that
Okay.
your next witness could probably answer.
So
So
I'll
that,
pass the witness at this time, but I will likely bring him back up.
that would be good. Ms. Sue, questions?
I just have a couple of questions. So so you testified that in May 2017, applications were submitted for the proposed configuration, correct?
That's correct.
And after several discussions by May 2018, did Weber request that those May 2017 applications be changed from a Type 10 permit to construct application instead of a Type 19 previously to, they asked to change the May 2017 applications to Type 10 permit to construct instead of Type 19 previously 219 exempt applications?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think, Mr. Thea, I may have forgotten to ask this. Did you take the oath to tell the truth today?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I had one question on the last one with regard to the permit application that will be submitted by March 22nd in condition number 2, and that is, do you plan to do that with expedited processing?
Yes.
Okay, so can we put that in to, I don't believe it's in there. Just so that it's part of the order?
We don't object. Weber doesn't object to add that language if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Pearson, I had a couple of questions. I didn't get the date. When did you say you submitted the permit application for the existing operation? I know sometime 2018.
We had some by district request, we had, the existing bag houses were submitted December 14th, 2018.
Okay. And they were submitted as a permit to operate without a prior PC, so,
And then the grinding centers was February 1st, 2019, based on district request.
January 1st, okay,
February 1st of 2019.
2019.
Yes.
Now, coming back to this building A1, A1 is where they're doing the aluminum repair. Is that the building where they're doing the repair of the,
It is.
and what kind of workstation is that?
Well, Building A1 is a component of a much larger building, and as you saw in some of the pictures from the presentation, they've installed vinyl curtains to enclose a portion of that building, and within there is their aluminum repair shop.
Is that currently rented to any bag house?
There is an existing bag house in there that is under an application right now.
Okay, and so that's going to be replaced with this new one?
Correct. It'll be relocated to a new building across the alleyway.
Oh, so you're not, okay, so it'll be with the,
To clarify, I believe you're asking about whether or not the equipment in condition 2 is going to replace the existing bag house, correct?
right, yes, that's my question, yes.
So the question is, it won't replace, but enhance, I think probably is.
Sorry.
Oh,
My
so,
misunderstanding.
so this is not, this application is for the relocation? No? Am I-
No, so what I was trying to do with this witness is explain that condition 2 is totally separate and apart from the 1430 project permits. It is a condition that was negotiated because the district said, we're willing to do this with you, but we need to see more in A1. And we said, yes, we'll do more in A1. We're going to vent A1 to a 12,000 CFM blower for the building to provide HEPA level control for the building. Okay, we'll do that. We'll submit the application by X date, you'll approve it, we'll install it, then we'll test it. So condition 2 is what I call a give. It's it's a negotiated condition that we're, because of this is a stipulated order. It's a negotiated condition separate from 1430.
But why is A1 not subject to 1430 and required to be? Because it's a grinding operation, right?
It is subject to 1430.
1430.
This condition will be in place in the existing center, roughly time frame, if we submit the application by March 22, then it gets approved. It has to be installed within 14 days. So this could be in by April, May, and it will cover the existing equipment for the entire period until it's
In building
relocated.
G, you move it. So
Correct.
it is going to replace,
It's not going to replace. The existing bag house is still there.
It's still
As a
there.
point source control. Condition 2 adds an additional level of control to the building itself. So it's not a point source control. That already exists, and an application has been submitted.
Let's just be careful not to go into testimony.
Right.
I understand why you started answering that, Mr. Thayer, but I think we're
Again,
moving
I'm
into.
not a witness, I'm not on the road.
yeah.
I
Okay.
apologize.
Oh, it's a building A1 that has been vented. So you will keep the existing, your understanding is the existing control will still be there until
Correct.
it's
So
relocated?
there's an existing bag house, and then there's this additional 12,000 CFM control device.
On the billet grinder building, or the area where it's currently being conducted, building M, I'm not sure which building actually, is going to building M West. Is that enclosed in your, currently?
It is currently enclosed.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the limited permitting testimony? Because Mr. Pearson will be back for additional testimony after the next witness. Any other questions on that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pearson, for that testimony. That definitely cleared up a lot of issues. And so we can move to your next witness.
Okay, next I call Mr. Nicholas Schran. Mr. Schran, you took the oath to tell the truth today, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Nicholas Schran, Nicholas. Last name Schran, Schraan.
And just briefly give me your educational background since high school, or rather, what are your degrees in?
I have my bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo.
Are you employed by Weber Metals?
I am.
And what are your job duties?
I'm a plant engineer, so I'm responsible for new construction, existing construction upgrades, and equipment.
Okay. And how long have you been at Weber?
In July, it'll be 6 years.
So are you the right person to testify about the 1430 project and the description and design of the project?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Strawn, I don't think you mentioned this. Did you take the oath today?
He asked me, yes,
He
yes,
asked-
I did.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
remembered
reading-
to ask this time.
I apologize. I totally missed that.
Okay, slide 24. I'd like to start by orienting the members of the board about what is going on right now, what the existing centers do. So let's start with aluminum repair here on slide 24. As a general matter, can you explain what occurs in the aluminum repair center?
Yeah, so for our aluminum parts, after they come out of the press for the forging process, they might have, like Mr. Holden was saying, they might have burrs around the edges, they may have small cracks or other surface defects. So in our aluminum repair operation, our operators use these small polishing tools like you see there in the photo to remove these small surface defects or inconsistencies before the customer receives those parts. This process doesn't really generate any smoke, it doesn't really generate any odors, it's just slightly removing a little bit of the surface from the part.
And that's currently in what we've called building A1, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's move to slide 25, and let's talk about titanium repair. So in general, can you explain what goes on in the titanium repair grinding center?
So our titanium parts are larger in size than our aluminum parts, and titanium is a harder metal. So instead of the small hand grinders like you saw for aluminum repair, they use these larger, what we call swing grinders. These things weigh a couple of 100 pounds, and they're actually suspended from the ceiling by a crane because they're so heavy. So the operator holds basically some handlebars on the grinder and swings it back and forth to repair the same sort of surface defects, burrs or cracks or what have you on the part. That does generate a significant amount of smoke and sparks, and so that's why we installed these dust collectors on these processes years ago when we installed the grinders.
So explain the existing controls. You talk about the process. Explain the existing controls in the titanium repair.
So the existing controls are cartridge-style bag houses. We have one for each building. We have one for building H and one for building P. We use the highest rated filter that we can get from Donaldson Torit for these existing cartridge-style collectors. So they're called MERV 15, which I think is something like 95 or 96% arresting for particles.
When you said Donaldson Torit, is that a supplier?
It is.
Okay. So is MERV 15, it's written on the slide there that it's just a notch below HEPA. I mean, what's the difference between what's there now and what HEPA is?
My understanding from the MERV, which is, I don't remember exactly what it stands for off the top of my head, but my understanding is that MERV 16 and 17 is HEPA, so MERV 15 is one rating below that.
Okay. And one rating means maybe a couple percentage points? I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, something like that, 4 or 5 percentage points.
Okay. So the existing titanium repair grinding center does have air pollution controls, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those air pollution controls are just a hair below HEPA right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, if you put it in a presentation mode, it'll be easier for the people online to view it. You know, you have a bigger screen then.
Yeah. So just do, I think it's this.
Down there, the icon, you can use the one below.
I'm not
Hey, there it is.
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
So that okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
there we go. All right.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Technical difficulties.
Okay, so let's move to titanium billet grinding, the third center. So in general, can you explain what presently goes on in titanium billet grinding?
Sure. So this, the titanium billet grinder, we also call the Vulcan grinder. So you might hear me call it that today. It was made by a company called Vulcan Engineering. So that is a billet grinder. So one of the first things we do in our forging process is make a billet out of the titanium ingot that we receive.
And what is a billet?
So a billet is basically an intermediate step in the forging process where we forge a larger diameter piece of titanium down to a smaller cross-sectional area and then use that as input stock in the next forging operations. And so in between forging operations, we have to remove the surface oxidation from the titanium. We do that with the billet grinder, the Vulcan grinder. So that grinder is actually a track-mounted grinder that the operator sits in a cab and it rides back and forth along the track to remove all the oxidation from the surface of the billet. And that grinder right now is in a fully enclosed building. It's in its own building, sealed up, and it is also vented to a dust collector.
Is that, there's two pictures on this screen.
Yep.
What's the picture on the left?
So the picture on the left is a picture of the Vulcan grinder in operation. So that's from the back corner of the building there, and you can see the cab itself with the grinder wheel on the arm on the end of it, and then just beyond the actual grinder where the sparks are coming, you can see the hood for the dust collection device, which is actually attached to the cab of the grinder. So as the grinder moves, the hood goes with it to keep collecting the smoke from it as it travels.
And the picture on the right, what is that?
That's the dust collector itself.
So the operations in titanium billet grinding, are those presently under air pollution control?
They are.
Okay. All right, let's move to slide 27. So the board members have heard me mention this NFPA safety. As a general matter, can you explain what is the NFPA and spell it out? What does it stand for?
So NFPA is National Fire Protection Association.
Okay, and how does it apply to this project in general?
So NFPA has a standard, NFPA 484, which is the standard for handling of combustible metal dust. And our dust, aluminum and titanium, are considered combustible metal dust by the NFPA.
Okay. So how does NFPA apply to this project?
NFPA in 484 has some standards for specifically how you have to deal with combustible metal dust after a grinding operation or during a grinding operation, how you collect that dust to do it safely.
Okay. So we're going to hear more about this in the specific project slides, but in general, can you explain the interplay between what 1430 requires and what NFPA requires?
Yeah, so 1430 requires that all dust collectors be equipped with HEPA filters. HEPA filters are defined by the NFPA to be dry type filters, but NFPA states that for high combustible metals like titanium, that they cannot be ducted or used with dry type filters. So what they say then is, in order to use dry type filters, you must first use a wet type scrubber and then a mist eliminator and then the dry type filter.
So because of the 1430 requirements, you have to also make some, is it fair to say that you have to make some additional, changes to also account for NFPA?
Yeah, that's correct.
And has that generally added to the complexity of this project?
Significantly.
Significantly. When you say significantly, what does that mean in terms of timing and logistics?
So all the bag houses, in order to comply with both the NFPA and the Rule 1430 requirements, have to be custom specified and engineered and fabricated just for this project.
Now, NFPA, that's a safety standard, correct?
Correct.
So you have to comply.
We want to. Absolutely.
And you want to comply. So you don't want fires.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so now let's go into the specifics of what it is that Weber plans to do. So let's start with the aluminum repair, and I'm now on slide 28. So in general, what does Weber propose to do to the aluminum repair, the new configuration?
So our existing aluminum repair center is located in building A1. We propose to relocate that center to building G. And in building G, we will provide all new booths for the grinding operators to work in, which are vented to HEPA filtration through the wet scrubbers. And then we'll also reclad the building to make it a total enclosure, and we will redo the floor slab in order to make it nice and smooth for housekeeping purposes.
What does reclad mean? What does that word mean, clad?
We have to take the existing sheet metal skin off the building and replace it with thick metal reinforced panels, which are sealed properly to make the building no cracks or gaps as per the rule.
Okay. So I'm going to move to slide 30. This is just, we saw a map earlier of the move. This is kind of a more focused map. So what does this show?
So this shows our aluminum repair area, which is,
Slide
Sorry,
29.
29.
Sorry, slide 29.
This shows our current aluminum repair area, which is in that small kind of bottom left corner of building A1. And it shows with the arrow the move across the fire lane there to building G.
But that's staying in the city of Paramount, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, let's move to slide number 30. Explain for me why can't negative pressure be permanently achieved in the existing building?
So building A1 is our main production hall. It not only houses this aluminum repair operation in a small corner, but it also has all of our press operations, several of our other production operations, and that building is over 100,000 square feet in size. So to be able to put all those people and that whole building under negative pressure is not impossible, but very near.
So there's a slide there about the maintenance building. Why do you have to move the maintenance building?
So currently, the only real place that we have space to move aluminum repair to, that's its own dedicated building, is Building G, which is currently our maintenance building, so that our maintenance department has all their tools and their equipment in that building. So we have to move them out of their building to a temporary location in order to put grinding in this building.
And in Building G, you're going to do all that recladding and everything that we already talked about
Yes.
for Building G in the future.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's move to slide number 31. For specific to aluminum repair, can you explain again how we propose to comply with both NFPA and 1430 standards?
Yeah, so for all of our grinding centers, including aluminum repair, it's the same proposed method. We have to custom fabricate some wet type filtration dust collectors, basically, which then have a custom fabricated mist eliminator after the wet type filtration, which then feeds the air through the HEPA filters, which are the Rule 1430 requirements. So the wet type filtration satisfies the NFPA, and the HEPA filters satisfy 1430.
Okay. And the process of designing and engineering that, how would you describe that in general terms? Was it a difficult process?
We're having a dust collector manufacturer do all that design, and it is taking quite a while, so I would imagine it's pretty difficult.
And you mentioned custom parts. That there are Weber has to order and specify custom parts for this project?
Yeah, that's right. The typically wet type scrubbers don't have dry filtration after them, and if they do, it has to be custom built in as a mist eliminator in between the wet type scrubber and the dry filtration. So we have to have all of these mist eliminators custom built for these dust collectors to put the HEPA on the end.
Okay. Let's move on to slide 32. And in general, we're going to move on now to the Titanium Repair Center.
That's correct.
So as a general matter, can you explain to me what Weber proposes to do with the new Titanium Repair Center?
So our current titanium repair operations are located in Building P on our facility and a portion of Building H on our facility. We propose to relocate all of that to one building, Building M East, and that building would actually be built from scratch for this project. And it would have all the same considerations as we just talked about for aluminum repair. It'd have the custom designed dust collectors, the total enclosure, new floor slab, all of that.
Okay. So you actually have to build a brand new building for titanium repair.
We don't have anywhere else to put it currently, so yes.
And is that why, as we'll see later, that has the longest time frame for completion?
That's correct.
Okay, so the next slide, slide number 33, just shows a map showing where, does the top left show where the existing center is?
Yeah, correct. The top left, the dotted line is the existing center, which is in two buildings, and that's in Paramount. And then the arrow shows it moving down to M East, which is in Long Beach.
So there's a dotted line about 2/3 of the way down the page, below kind of the main part of the facility there on the top.
Yep.
Is that dotted line, I think the hearing board members see it, what does that dotted line represent?
That dotted line represents the border between Paramount and Long Beach. So south of that dotted line is Long Beach, north of that dotted line is Paramount.
Okay. Now, okay, great, thank you. All right, so let's go now to the challenges of the Titanium Repair Center. So as a general matter, we're on slide 34 now. Explain for this center how Weber proposes to satisfy 1430 and the NF, or just, what's the challenge in the Titanium Repair Center?
So currently the Titanium Repair Center is housed in two separate buildings, like I mentioned before. One of the buildings is an older building with a wood roof, so it doesn't comply 100% with the NFPA requirements for that type of grinding. And then the other portion of titanium repair is located in Building H, which houses our other production operations. So in order to get everything under negative air and in compliance with 1430, and NFPA compliance with the wood roof, we need to move it to a complete metal building, metal walls, metal roof, which has to be in a new location.
Okay. So now let's talk about the challenge, or rather, meeting HEPA with NFPA. So for the titanium repair, can you explain how Weber proposes to satisfy both NFPA and 1430 requirements?
It's similar with aluminum repair. We have to purchase the wet type dust collectors, custom build mist eliminators, and then add the HEPA filtration on the end.
Same basic process we already talked about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's move on to the last center, the titanium billet, which we've also called the Vulcan because that's the manufacturer.
Yeah.
So in general, can you explain what the new configuration will be for the titanium billet grinding?
So the titanium billet grinder is such a large and complicated piece of equipment that we cannot move it out of that building. That building was built for the purpose of having that grinder in it. So what we propose to do instead is to shut down the grinder, take all the skin off of the building, and reclad the building to make it a total enclosure. So the same process applies. We would remove all the sheet metal wall, and we would add the reinforced steel wall panels, which would provide the sealing to make it a negative pressure total enclosure.
I just want to clarify one thing. It is currently a total enclosure, correct?
It is currently a total enclosure, and it does currently meet the negative air 200 feet per minute requirements.
Okay, but so why do you need to do these upgrades to the building?
There's a couple reasons. One is the roof washing. Currently, the roof is just a thin sheet metal roof. It wasn't intended for people to be on the roof doing that sort of operation. So we're going to replace all the roof panels with thicker panels, and we're going to add fall protection tie-off points on the roof to allow people to be up there safely for roof washing. And then the building does have some large louver vents for intake for the dust collector, but we're proposing to just redo the whole siding of the building to make it totally sealed.
Okay. And this one is staying put. So this is the only one that's not moving, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just kind of an upgraded building, but not a new building.
That's correct.
Okay, and so this just shows generally where it is, that blue box, is that correct?
That's correct. It's in the west side of Building M,
And it's going to stay there.
and it will stay there.
And is that in Long Beach?
It is in Long Beach.
Okay. All right, and when I said this, I meant slide 37. So let's move on to slide number 38. If you could explain here, why is building modification required? If you could just briefly, restate why the building modification needs to happen.
So the building currently has just sheet metal walls, so to be able to sustain negative pressure long-term, we want reinforced steel walls, and then we also would like to get the roof safe to have people up there for the roof washing.
There's a box there that says interruption to production. Can you explain that?
So while we are taking the building apart to put the new roof and walls on, it won't be a total enclosure by the Rule 1430. So during that time, we cannot run the grinder because then we'd be in violation of the parts of the rule.
Got it. Okay, so moving right along, let's go to slide number 39. So I know you've said it before, so very briefly, is it the same challenges with NFPA and 1430 requirements for the billet grinding center that you already described?
Yes, same challenges. It needs to have a wet scrubber before the HEPA filtration.
Okay. Okay, so let's move into the timeline for completion. We'll move to slide 41. So can you explain what the timeline for proposed completion of all of these centers is?
Yeah, so if you look at the right column there of the table, the complete construction dates, so we propose to be done with aluminum repair by the end of December 2019 this year. We propose to be done with titanium repair by the end of June 2020, and we propose to be done with the modifications to the Vulcan grinder by the end of September 2019.
Okay, so moving on to slide number 42. As a general matter, I know it's one by one, but as a general matter, why can't this project be completed more quickly?
As we discussed, the two of the centers have to be relocated to achieve sustainable compliance with Rule 1430 and with the NFPA requirements. That's all new construction, so that takes time to order those reinforced metal panels for the buildings. And then we also have to custom order the mist eliminators for those bag houses, which takes a lot of time to order and fabricate as well.
Now, that's been done, though. The lead time items have been done, correct?
A lot of those items have already been ordered, yes.
And Weber did that even when it did not have permits in hand, correct?
That's correct.
So so that money was spent at risk, if you will.
That's correct.
It was spent without any assurance that the district would actually issue a permit.
Correct.
What has Weber done to expedite this project?
Things like, for example, we've requested to, we've paid some extra money to get moved up in the queue for the dust collector fabrication and the metal building fabrication. We ordered these items a long time ago after discussions with the district saying that these would be the final configurations. And then we also have talked with the construction companies about basically working sun up to sundown during the actual construction once all these items have arrived at our facility.
So sun up to sundown. You paid extra money to have contractors work sun up to sundown.
We will when they get there.
When they get there. What's a standard shift?
8 hours, so starting at 6, leaving by 2.
So sun up to sundown is roughly
6 to 6.
6 to 6. And again, titanium repair, why is that the longest period of time to complete?
The other 2 centers are in existing buildings that just need to be reclad, so we basically leave the skeleton of the building up and put the new panels on it, and then add the dust collectors to the building. For titanium repair, we actually have to build a new building from scratch, so we're going to demolish a canopy that is currently there, redo the foundation, build a new building, and then add the dust collectors and all the other equipment.
Okay, and finally, I would like to talk about increments of progress on slide number 43. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So as part of the process of this stipulated order, has Weber agreed to interim enforceable dates beyond just the final completion date?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so let's start with the titanium billet that's going to go into M West. Is that expected to be completed right about the 6 month, since 6 months of permit to construct?
Yes, we expect to have that done by the end of September, so it'll probably just be a couple days over the 6 months.
Yeah, and it could very well make it.
Yeah.
Right, okay. The first sort of increment of progress, if you will, says commence building modifications by July 1.
Yes.
First of all, why July 1?
The building modifications involve those reinforced metal panels that we've ordered, but the lead time and fabrication on those panels is such that we won't have them at our facility until June, end of June. So there's not much we can do for construction before that.
Okay, so will you basically start building modifications as soon as you have those on site?
That's correct.
Okay. The second one says commence installation of mechanical system by August 5, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
What does mechanical system mean to you?
So the mechanical system is all, anything with handling air. So that's the dust collector itself, some other general building ventilation, ductwork, booths, everything involved with that aspect.
So why was August 5th the date when you could have an enforceable deadline to commence that installation?
August 5th is, we expect to have the dust collector on site on that day. And on this project, it's basically keeping all the same ductwork and just replacing the dust collector. So there's nothing else we can do in terms of mechanical until we have the dust collector there.
So you're going to start installing it the day you get it?
That's correct.
And then finally, it says commence commissioning of the mechanical system. What does commissioning mean?
So commissioning is the time where the manufacturer and installer of the mechanical system are testing it, adjusting fan speeds, fixing duct sizes, anything that they need to do in order to that the equipment operates as we said it would.
Get the bugs out,
Right.
basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's move on to aluminum repair. That has an expected completion of December 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Um, Are the definitions for commissioning and mechanical system the same for all of these?
Yes.
Okay, so how was the July 10 date chosen as an enforceable deadline to commence building modification?
Similar, we ordered all the panels for the Vulcan and for aluminum repair at pretty much the same time, so that's when we get all the siding panels.
And in general, when did you order these materials?
I believe we ordered them back in November.
And so that's 5 months before you got a permit from the district, right?
Correct.
So 5 months ago, you spent money on these even though you did not have a permit in hand.
Correct.
So let's move on to titanium repair briefly, because that's the longest lead time.
Right.
So why is it that you can't start building, commencing building on that until November 2019?
So in this case, it's not just the metal panels, it's also a pre-engineered metal building. So we have to order all the steel, the I-beams, the foundations, all the other things for that building, as well as the panels, so the fabrication time is longer.
Okay, I have no further questions at this time, and I will pass the witness.
I'm going to want to take a break for lunch by about 10 after. Do you have a lot of questions, Ms. Sue? Do you want to ask your questions before that?
Great, I only have a few questions.
Okay.
This is referring to page 41 of the presentation. Can you explain what begin procurement means?
Yeah, so begin procurement is our estimated dates for when we will start to buy kind of the major items for that project.
Okay, and it looks like here you began procurement for some of the items before you received the permit.
That's correct.
I see for titanium repair, you waited until after the permit was issued to begin procurement. Why was that?
A lot more engineering went into that building. We actually had to have the whole building designed, so we had to have engineers calculate all the seismic and all the other requirements to make that building meet building code as well as all the other requirements. So with all that additional engineering, it just took longer to be able to buy those items.
And you had explained that you will have workers there doing construction from sunup to sundown, correct? Was there any consideration to also having workers there work at night to complete this project?
We considered it, but it's relatively dangerous to do those kinds of construction activities at night, so we did not at this time pursue it.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to hold all the board member questions. I'm trying to take a lunch break at 10 after 12, so we'll break now and come back at 1 sharp, because I do have this pre-hearing conference at 2, and then there's a potential we could finish this hearing before 2 o'clock.
Yeah, and just for the record, my last witness is only going to go through the conditions, so it shouldn't be particularly lengthy, so.
Okay, so we're going to go on lunch break. We're going to come back with board member questions for Mr. Schran, and then we'll take it from there. So we'll be back on the record 1 o'clock sharp. Okay, we're off the record. We're back on the record. Thank you, everyone, for being so punctual. We left off with board member questions for Mr. Schramm. I don't know, Mr. Balagopalan, you said.
Mr. Schramm, a couple of questions. The use of the filtration, the new filtration system with the HEPA, with the scrubber, mesh pad, and HEPA, how confident are you it'll meet the grain loading 0.002 grains per dry standard cubic feet?
My understanding of just the wet scrubber system is that, look, according to the manufacturer, just the wet scrubber would probably meet that grain loading based on our dust. So with the addition of the HEPA filters at the end, I'm very confident that it will meet the grain loading.
Okay. So it does appear in the order that you're going to be testing the existing systems also as part of the, which is not a gimme, but I think that's the thing that the district wanted, which is good, and you're doing that. So what about how you're handling the wastewater then?
The waste, so the wet scrubbers actually recycle the water through the scrubber multiple times, and as the particles get trapped in the water, it settles to the bottom of the collector as sludge. So we will remove the sludge probably with a vacuum, and that will get disposed of in our hazardous waste containers.
What about the blowdown from the scrubbing liquid, don't you?
So any of the blowdown, if water does get drained from the system, it will go through a multi-stage clarifier before going into the sanitary sewer.
And that's something you have existing on site?
No, we're adding clarifiers for
Adding
this.
that to the,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. Are you adding more swing grinders when you move to the building? I think it's the one up north, the northern part, right, where you're going to have the swing grinders?
We're not, it's to the south, but no,
The
we're
south,
we're not adding additional swing grinders, no. We do have right now one booth that gets used for both swing grinding and torch cutting, so we're gonna separate those two processes in the future. So they each have their own dedicated, because the suction rates are different for the booths. So in the new setup, there will be one for that swing grinder and one for that torch cutter separately.
Do you have any other cutting equipment on site besides the torch cutting?
Not for production purposes. I mean, our maintenance guys do, but.
Okay. Going back to the A1 building where you have the station, I think we had a slide. Let me give you the number. I just wanted to clarify on the station there. I think it's where you do the aluminum repair, basically.
Okay, yeah, building A1 that's going
A1.
into building G?
Going to building G.
Yes.
On the so how many, when you say work, that's not considered one workstation, it's multiple workstation in that?
Yes,
In that
correct.
area, so there's an order it's saying only one person can be at each station, so there are multiple station at that workstation?
Correct.
And it looks like it's a downdraft type collection, is that?
The existing dust collector in there has, there are 4 stations tied to that specific dust collector, and those are downdraft style tables. The other stations that are in the current area do not have dust collection at current. That's why we're adding that 12,000 CFM one for the space.
Different area, okay, so, okay. I
But
was
those tables are just slatted tables. Most of those particles, like Queen talked about earlier, are heavy and large and just fall to the ground. So those tables actually have bins at the bottom where all the particles fall, and then we
And that's
collect.
going to the dust collector? No, this one, is that going to a dust collector?
This one is not on this picture, no.
It's not, okay. But there's another is there another workstation where,
So, yeah, aluminum repair has, I think in our permits, we say there's 8 hand grinding areas, 4 wheel polishing, and 4 small part grinding. Right now, the small part grinding are currently connected to the bag house that's in that area, and then the remainder of them are not under control.
and that's what you're planning to do?
Correct.
Okay, now I got it, okay. Okay, no, that's all. Oh, sorry, I had thought I had one more question on the testing. And I can't remember, I'm sorry, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Schramm? Senator?
I have no questions.
Is that a question? Did you want to take a moment, Mr. Balagopalan, to see if you... Okay. I have no other questions.
I know. Looking, and I think I asked this question before, Inspector Chang, the three areas, the hand grinding, the swing grinding, and the billet grinding, which of the three, in your, opinion, has the highest emission rate?
I would agree with what Mr. Chang said, the swing grinding area, just because of the number of the swing grinders versus just the one Vulcan grinder. If you summed everything up, it would probably be the swing grinders.
Okay, I thought it would be the billet. How much material do you remove from the billet grinder? And the reason I'm asking is whether with that grain loading, whether, the control is adequate or not,
From the billet grinder, we remove about 1,000 pounds a day of material. And from the swing grinders, I believe it's more than that.
Oh, more than that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Total,
okay.
when you add
Yeah,
up all
okay.
5 of them, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Thayard, I think you wanted to bring back Mr. Pearson, or did you have another?
Yes, I'd like to bring back, assuming everybody's finished with Mr. Schran, then you are excused.
Thank you, Mr. Schran.
Mr. Pearson, please come back up. Mr. Pearson, do you realize that you are still under oath?
I do.
Okay, so just have a couple slides here, and I wanted to go through the conditions. This abatement order, if I'm on slide 45 now, this proceeding relates to grinding. As a general matter, is grinding a significant source of emissions?
No, not with control.
Not with control. So explain that a little bit more, especially the with control part.
So, can you clarify, are we talking about the existing?
Existing, correct.
So the existing operations, are operated within total enclosures. Those total enclosures have, for the most part, some or meet the negative air pressure, which is keeping those particulates within their total enclosures and then vented to control device.
Is the facility, Weber, agreeing to certain conditions as part of this stipulated order?
Yes, they are.
And you heard the district witness testify that he was satisfied that the conditions that Weber is agreeing to will have good emission control pending completion of the project. Would you agree with what he said?
Yes, I'd agree.
As a general matter, before we go one by one through the conditions, can you, in general, describe what types of conditions Weber is agreeing to as part of this order?
For the most part, they are agreeing to the conditions of Rule 1430. There are a couple exceptions that they can't, but they are meeting to their greatest feasibility. They can, conditions of Rule 1430.
So as a general matter, with some exceptions that we'll go through, the conditions that Weber's agreeing to are 1430 conditions, correct?
Correct.
And those are conditions that they are agreeing to the moment this order is approved, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Even though they would have 6 months, for instance, to construct some of this equipment.
I agree, yes.
Okay, so let's go through the conditions just kind of one by one here. For the board's reference, we're going to go through the conditions of the order that start on page 10. If everyone is there, I can just sort of get started. Okay, so let's just review these in turn briefly. So the first condition talks about PM controls and the grain concentration limit. Is this a condition that is required by Rule 1430?
It is required by Rule 1430.
Okay, and this is a condition that Weber is agreeing to meet even pending project completion in the existing center, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so what is the purpose of this? I mean, what does it mean? What's the benefit, or what does it accomplish, rather, to limit your PM outlet concentrations to less than 0.002 grains per dry standard cubic feet? What does that mean to a layman like me?
Well, it's a standard level that, my understanding, the district has set forth within Rule 1430, and they believe that that's an acceptable limit that can be released into the atmosphere.
Okay, and Weber will be satisfying that condition?
That's correct.
Okay. So we already talked a little bit about condition number 2, so I don't want to repeat what was said before, but just to, since we're back with you, condition number 2, in general, just remind the board what it is that Weber's agreed to do.
They have agreed to install an additional control device that's rated to 12,000 CFM rating, and its final stage of filtration will be HEPA.
And that is not something that is required by Rule 1430, correct?
That's correct.
So that is an extra thing that Weber is agreeing to do?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain what's the expected benefit for emissions that this unit is expected to have?
It's expected that this device will assist in providing some negative air pressure to that temporary enclosure, and any of that volume that's being extracted from that room will be filtered to HEPA filtration.
There's a second part of condition 2. The first part is about what we just talked about, the HEPA blower. But the second part says that material collected in the dust collector shall discharge only into closed containers. Can you explain that? Is that a requirement of Rule 1430?
Well, it is required in the sense of most bag houses, they want them contained or enclosed in the way that re-entrainment can't happen. So since the bag house at A1 is within the enclosure, they want to make sure that particles aren't released and then tracked in or out of the enclosure.
Okay. So the benefit is kind of particle control?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on to condition number 3, which talks about an industrial ventilation manual and minimum hood induced capture rate. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that something that's required by 1430?
It is.
And can you explain that for us in kind of as layman's term as you can? What is that intended to accomplish for emission control?
That's the intent is to make sure that particulate that comes off of their grinding operations are captured at the hood.
And Weber's agreeing to do that in the existing centers pending project completion, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's move on to condition number 4. It requires visual indicators. What's the purpose of that?
That's just so that the workers that are doing the grinding are conducting it within the enclosures. Mr. Schran mentioned the swing grinders are attached to cranes, so for the most part, they will be conducting that right there. They can't move those.
Is the visual indicator so that people know where to work for maximum emission control?
Yes.
Okay. And Weber's agreeing to do that as a condition of this stipulated order?
Correct. I believe they already have them.
Okay. Condition number 5 relates to housekeeping. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is Weber agreeing to do as a condition of this order?
Well, they're agreeing in order to do housekeeping in between shifts, and they're also increasing their roof washing from semi-annual to quarterly.
Okay. So is Weber agreeing to do more source testing than is required by rule? More housekeeping than is required by rule?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I skipped ahead in my mind to source testing to number 6. Okay, so condition number 6 requires the submittal of a source test protocol and then ultimately doing source testing related to metal grinding and cutting operations in building H, P, and M. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And can you just explain for us, what is a source test?
A source test is a method of estimating of actually measuring the amount of emissions either before a control device or after a control device.
Okay. And Weber's agreed to do that source testing?
Correct.
And will that data be shared with the AQMD?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Let's move on to condition number 7, which talks about visible and emission inspection. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you generally describe what that condition means? What is Weber going, what have they committed themselves to do?
They're committing to every 3 hours visually examining the exhaust stacks of their existing control equipment. And it's intended to make sure that one, isn't visible emissions to that.
And that there's a particular protocol required for that. I mean, there's a reference here to method 22, right?
That's correct.
So does that refer to a protocol for how to do these types of inspections?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So this is not just a willy-nilly, a guy that can just say, oh, it looks good. Somebody needs to be trained to do this.
Correct.
Okay. And the question was asked earlier about corrective actions. I think it was by Ms. Prusak. From your mind, what would it mean if you saw visible emission? What corrective action would you take to fix the problem?
I'd expect that, one, they would have to shut down the bag house and any of the grinding operations. And typically for a control device to have emissions, there must be something wrong with the filters. I'd expect that they would go in and do an inspection of the filters and most likely find a broken filter or something that would need to be repaired immediately.
And Weber has committed to completing any corrective action within 24 hours, correct?
Correct.
And what happens if they can't do that?
They need to cease operations within that building.
Okay. The last sentence requires a log of operation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that would be provided to the district upon request?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to condition number 8. Condition number 8 relates specifically to building A1. Do you see that?
Yes.
Condition 8 limits it limits the number of stations that are vented to the existing controls, and it also limits how many people, 1, can use each station. What's the expected emission control benefit of that condition?
That's just to make sure that, my understanding is that there isn't too many stations connected to one bag house.
Okay. And is it because too many stations could overwhelm the bag house's control?
Or not provide the correct control efficiency, correct?
Got it. So by that the second part of that condition is a source testing condition. Do you see that?
Yes.
So the earlier source test was in number 6, talked about outlet testing. This one talks about bag house control efficiency. What's the difference between doing a source testing for the outlet control versus this one in condition 8, which has, or outlet versus bag house control efficiency?
So, yeah, so outlet is simply an evaluation of the amount of emissions from the control device, whereas control efficiency is you're looking at the inlet and outlet and looking at what percentage is actually captured.
Okay. And this is information that will be shared with the AQMD?
Yes.
Okay, condition number 9. Now, condition number 9 is interesting because it relates back to condition number 2, so we might have to do a little page flipping here. But just to reorient us, condition number 2 is the condition that talked about we'll call it a HEPA blower inside building A1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in general, what is Weber committing itself to do in condition number 9?
In condition number 9, they're committing to testing the outlet of this new device to be applied to building A1. And they would test the emissions for PM, multimetals, as well as hexavalent chromium.
And that will be done after the installation of this system that they're putting into A1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a question earlier about why timing, why are things staggered? And so I'll ask you this, and then I may go back to a couple of the other source testing conditions. So why does this one have to be staggered? In other words, why can we only do this one after installation of the new system? Why can't it be done along the same time as the source testing that's being done in condition number 6?
Well, it doesn't presently exist right now, so we're doing the testing on units that are readily available, and we can provide a source test protocol. It's practically impossible to write a source test protocol for something that isn't there yet.
So let's go back a little bit to just, I want to ask you a couple general questions about source testing and timing, because there's some different timing dates here, all of which are pretty quick, but they're at different times. So what's the process? Does Weber do its own source test? I mean, can Nick or Queen go out there and do their own source test?
No, they hire an outside contractor in order to conduct those source tests.
And does Weber primarily rely on you to schedule those source tests?
Yes.
Okay. So generally, what's the process you go through when, like, let's say condition 8 or condition 6, what's the process you go through in scheduling somebody to come out to do a source test?
Well, they need to visually see what area they're going to test. They need to see the source test ports are going to meet proper AQMD methodologies. Do they have power? There's a number of things. So that's the site visit. And then after that, they would come out and conduct the source test.
Okay. Are they busy?
Yes, and so, source test firms generally go out, book their work at least a month, sometimes 2 months out. So we need time for those gentlemen in order to, if they can, they'll try and reschedule their time the best they can, but it can't be guaranteed.
So the dates that were generally chosen as enforceable deadlines in this order, were those based on kind of your communication with the source testers about what's the best they can do?
Yes, it was.
And source testers are trained to do this work, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is a source test protocol? Why do you have to do that first?
Well, it's the AQMD's methodology of evaluating the test methodology, locations, that they agreed to the test methodology and the results that are going to come from it.
Okay. And when the dates are chosen about when results will be due, that's not something, is that something Weber can control, or that's just based on the contractor's timing and everything else they got going on?
Yeah, sometimes it's not even in the contractor's realm. They have to submit their samples to analytical laboratories, so they're kind of at that too. We can expedite, which we are doing, but even with expediting.
Okay. So Weber is paying money to expedite?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we can move forward to condition number 10. In general, condition number 10 talks about pressure drop. What is Weber committing itself to do by this condition?
They're committing to evaluate the bag filters or the filter elements in order to make sure that they're within manufacturer recommendations.
And how often are they going to be doing that?
They're going to be doing that once every 3 hours.
Okay. And what if something goes wrong with a filter? What is Weber required to do?
They may check to make sure that it's able to be cleaned off and reestablish its differential pressure. If not, it'll be replaced.
And that has to be done within 24 hours, correct?
Correct.
And if it can't be done, what does that mean?
Then operations would cease.
Okay, so conditions 11, 12, and 13 are all negative air related conditions. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, so let's start with building P. Remind us again, what is currently going on in building P?
Building P is swing grinder, as well as I think they share a booth for torch cutting.
So in building P, is Weber agreeing to satisfy 1430 required negative pressure even while it's completing its project for the new configuration?
Yes.
So Weber is agreeing to negative pressure in the existing building P?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it that Weber can meet that negative pressure right now? What have they had to do to meet that?
Well, in order to meet that, they have to have a bag house or blower connected to it that's capable of pulling that negative inward draft velocity.
Okay. But you heard Mr. Schran's testimony that in general, although they can do it for this time period, it's not a permanent solution, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and in general, why, why can they meet 200 feet now and for the period of the abatement order, but they can't meet it, they can't commit like maybe, in 3 years, they can still do it?
Well, the problem with the long-term problem is really, they wouldn't be able to put HEPA filters on the existing bag houses.
And still do this?
Correct.
Okay. And we heard Mr. Schran talk about the building and all that stuff, so we won't go into that. Okay, so let's go into building, condition 12, building H. Building H negative pressure, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now for building H, what is Weber agreeing to in terms of negative pressure?
Something greater than 150 feet per minute.
Okay. And is that slightly less than the rule required negative pressure?
It is.
And why is it that Weber can't commit as part of the abatement order conditions to achieve, 200 feet per minute as required by 1430?
Well, this is more about the configuration of the existing building. There's a temporary curtain that's installed in order to separate it from other operations. And it's difficult in order to seal that building as opposed to, say, building P.
Okay. Did Weber have to make some modifications to building H to get that level, 150 feet per minute or more negative pressure?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Now, 150 feet per minute might not be the rule-defined negative pressure, but that's still negative pressure, correct? Okay. So by this condition, Weber is still agreeing to have negative pressure in building H in the existing center.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, let's move on to condition 13. Condition 13, what is currently in building M West? Can you remind us?
Oh, that is the Vulcan or billet grinder.
And that's the one that's staying put.
That is correct.
Okay. And that building currently has rule-required negative pressure, correct?
Yes.
And until the building is upgraded to add HEPA, Weber is agreeing to achieve rule-required negative pressure in M West, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to condition 14. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, condition 14 is a little different because it again relates to condition 2. What is Weber committing itself to do or to achieve, rather, in condition 14?
Condition 14 is within 14 days after installation, they're going to test for in-draft velocity of greater than 100 feet per minute.
But even without knowing necessarily, what that system's going to be, how did you come up with the 100? Because it's not in there yet. So why does Weber feel comfortable with 100?
This is based on our engineering calculations of the system that's being added to the building, along with the existing bag house that's there.
Okay. So 100 feet per minute is not rule-defined negative pressure of 200 feet, correct?
That is correct.
But it is still negative pressure, correct? Okay. And in your professional opinion, is that still expected to provide an emission control benefit?
Yes.
Okay. So in general, so we have conditions requiring inspections every 3 hours, conditions to control PM, numerous source test conditions, operational conditions on the grinding centers, to do more housekeeping than required by more, and a special unit in A1. Taking all that together, in your professional experience, are these conditions adequate to control any emissions that may occur pending completion of the 1430 project?
Yes.
Thank you. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Su, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Okay. Board members, any questions? Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Pearson, do you know approximately when they started enclosing all the different structures, building P, H, and?
I believe it was in accordance with Rule 1430. I believe it was before September
Before the?
of 2017.
Of 2017, they started enclosing that thing. In your, since your professional judgment is called for here, what's your expectation without the HEPA, because they don't have HEPA and they cannot be configured for HEPA because of various reasons, that they will meet the 0.002 grains per dry standard cubic feet?
Well, based on my engineering evaluation of the systems, that they'll be able to meet that .02 based on their
002,
yeah.
302,
Yeah,
without
yeah.
the HEPA?
.002, not, yeah,
Yeah, okay, without the HEPA,
correct.
okay. Now, the temporary, for building A1, which Weber is going to install the HEPA system, that didn't have to meet the NFPA code?
In that particular, that is for their aluminum operations, and aluminum technically isn't called out under NFPA.
As a combustible dust?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Senator?
Going from 12, 13, and 14, the in-draft velocity varies from 150, 200, and 100, and they all meet the requirements. How is that from building to building?
I guess, can you rephrase the question? I don't understand.
And order number 12, you're talking about building H with an in-draft velocity of 150 feet. And order number 13, talking about building M West, in-draft of 200. And number 14, talking about a condition for what A1. And of course, then the in-draft velocity is less in different buildings,
That's
and they
correct.
meet the requirements. How is that the case?
Well, that's the whole point of this, is that it doesn't meet the requirements of 1430. Not until after we complete our project will they be greater than 200.
So currently, it doesn't meet the requirements.
No, but they also have 6 months.
Okay, in that time. Another question. The material that you grind or treat or whatever is titanium, and the other one was it aluminum?
Yes, titanium and
Anything
aluminum.
else?
No.
What about this hexaflex chromium?
We don't have any information or believe that they're not using hexavalent chromium.
Why is it listed?
I can't,
Hexavalent chromium.
it was a requirement of the district. They requested us to test for it.
And are you testing for that?
Yeah,
But you don't, that's not part of your operation at that site.
that's correct.
Because that's pretty risky chromium.
Yes, it is.
You have any special gear that you use when you're testing chromium?
The source testers do have to test it on a whole separate test, yes.
Personal safety equipment for their own safety.
Well, yes, they wear their own PPE for doing their test, but
The district required it to do this, huh?
they did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Pearson? Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Welcome.
Mr. Thayer, do you have any other witnesses?
Unless I need a rebuttal unless I need anybody to clarify anything, no.
Okay, and Ms. Sue, you were going to call an engineer, is that correct?
Yes, unless the hearing board now does not feel the need to hear from the permit engineer, because I believe a lot of the permitting questions were already answered.
I had just one question. I don't know if anyone else does. My question just had to do with approximately how long it may take with expedited processing to look at that condition number 2 permit.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Nguyen, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Don Nguyen, DONNGUYEN.
And did you take the oath this morning to tell the truth?
Yes, I did.
And what is your role here at the district?
I'm the senior air quality engineer in the mechanical permitting team.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
In that team, about going on my 4th year.
Okay, and since I do have you on the stand, can you explain the difference between a MERV 15 filter and a HEPA filter?
So earlier testimony had said it's one notch below, and I believe the earlier testimony was referencing percentage difference. And I wanted to clarify that in terms of these different filters, it's not only a percentage difference. So like, let's say MERV can achieve 95%. It's 95% most likely for a particulate matter of 10 microns or less. Whereas a HEPA filter, it's required to achieve 99.97% control efficiency, so a few more percentage, but the key difference is at 0.3 microns, so smaller particles compared to, let's say, a MERV 15 filter. So that's the difference.
Thank you. No further questions from me at this time.
Mr. Thayer, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
And so my question was that on March 22nd, they're required to submit a permit application for the air pollution control system with the HEPA on the final stage in condition number 2. And if they do request expedited processing, do you have any idea approximately how long it might take to review that?
I do not in terms of exact timing, but given the nature of knowing what's going on with this particular case, we will push it up to the highest level to complete it as quickly as possible, you know.
And just time frame, does it take a month? Does it take 3? Does it take a week?
I don't think so. I think it should take less than a month, I would hope, because again, we're talking about that it is HEPA and that we want to just, the main key here is to ensure that there is inward draft velocity to achieve that. I believe they're agreeing to 100 feet per minute. So those are the kind of key things we would be looking at.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. So we're probably looking about May with the time frame.
If not earlier, yes.
I mean, May for it to be installed 14 days after sometime.
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator and then Mr. Balagopoulos.
I need your help on this one because
I will try, Senator.
You mentioned 3 microns.
0.3 microns.
0.3. What's a micron? 10 to the minus what?
10 to the minus 6, I believe. Yes.
Okay, I thought. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Nguyen, this is a Title V facility, right?
Yes, it's Title V only facility, yes.
And so would they have to go, the changes that Ms. Bruzak asked on the permit, would they have to go to EPA for their review?
I guess it would, yes.
It would be,
Unless, yes. That's why. Right. I think in our discussions, we also discussed that's why instead of submitting an application, if they could find a particular unit already has a various locations permit, that would be another option. But if straight permitting, this would be a minor modification, most likely, yeah. But if it does go to EPA, we would request most likely EPA expedited review on that as well. And sometimes they could turn that around the next day, depends on their schedule.
Correct. And just to confirm what testimony we heard, the applications for the new project.
Configuration.
Configuration were all submitted in a timely manner in 2017.
Correct, May of
May
2017.
2017, and it's the existing equipment for
Configuration,
application that came later.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question. To your knowledge, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but the aluminum repair is currently in building A1. Hoping I got that right. And my understanding is currently there's just a bag house there with the total enclosure, and that's what we're waiting for in condition 2 for that additional. Do you have any idea what the efficiency of a bag house is versus the HEPA filter, et cetera?
Well, I think typical bag houses, we would hope that it achieves 95%.
Oh,
but
is that
this,
similar to the MERV? Is that?
yeah, but this is an older bag house, and we, as Mr. Thayard had mentioned, we had the opportunity to go see it. So there's not much information about it. So I believe there's one of the conditions that talk about that control efficiency, trying to test that so we do know what the control efficiency of this bag house is.
Right, and that's the later April date for.
Yeah, that was.
Test protocol.
It was condition number 8 on page 12.
And did the district have any input as to which source testing it wanted to have first? I'm wondering why, given that A1 has the bag house and it has the least amount of control current, and then given condition 2, the time, and now, as Mr. Balagopalan points out, it'll probably have a 45-day EPA review period before it can even go through. I'm wondering if there was any thought given as to that being the later testing in terms of source testing.
There was thought, I mean, there was a back and forth iterative process between the two parties, and I think this is what was agreed upon by the two parties as being able to achieve.
And the district feels comfortable?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Balagopalan?
Mr. Wayne, that bag house in A1 that you're talking about where you want them to do the efficiency testing, is that an enclosed bag house or an open bag house?
It's a box, it's an enclosed bag house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, I'll just pass through one more time. Ms. Sue, do you have any other witnesses?
No, I do not.
And Mr. Thayer, you don't wish to introduce anyone else for?
No other witnesses.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to ask if any member of the public wishes to be heard. And I see none. So, Ms. Sue, if you'd like to give your closing.
Thank you. Since Weber needs additional time to complete its Rule 1430 project, the proposed conditions are designed to simulate Rule 1430 requirements to the extent possible for the existing configuration. For example, Weber shall be venting building A1 to an air pollution control device with a HEPA as the final stage. The existing buildings at issue shall have negative air pressure at, different in-draft velocities, but at least they do have the negative air velocity. Weber shall conduct visible emission inspections and measure pressure drop across filters on its existing baghouses, and that's supposed to help be a surrogate for subpart I, which is monitoring. And it is also doing source testing at its existing facility, existing buildings, to mimic subpart H. And beyond that, Weber also agreed to go above and beyond the rule requirements during the pendency of this order. It's agreed to quarterly roof washings, whereas they could have been doing it every 6 months. They agreed to clean around their workstations and entrances and exits at the end of each operating shift instead of once a day. And as you can see, Weber has clearly committed to defined increments of progress to ensure that this project is completed on time, and even order what it can in advance, even prior to the permit issuance. Thank you very much. The district asks that the hearing board enter the stipulated proposed order.
Thank you. Mr. Thayer, your closing?
Yeah, very briefly, Weber is in the process of implementing a real state-of-the-art industry standard, frankly beyond industry standard compliance project. It is not increasing its production. It is not asking this board to do anything related to increased capacity or production. It's a compliance project. It's expensive, it's complex, it requires compliance with 1430, as well as NFPA requirements, which, as you heard, require this wet-dry method that is unique to Weber. It's moving locations. It has to build a whole new building for titanium repair. It's had to do permitting in 2 cities, which has been very difficult, and last night's Planning Commission meeting was a nice hurdle to get through. It's been very complex permitting, design, and engineering. Work has been expedited. You've heard sun-up to sundown construction. The only reason they're not doing it at night is because they don't want to have contractors get hurt on the job. They've agreed to increments of progress, as Ms. Sue mentioned, with regular updates to the district to track progress. That's another condition I didn't mention with Mr. Pearson, that we're agreeing to provide monthly updates to the district so they know exactly what's going on, and of course they can come out anytime they want. The conditions are designed to control emissions. You've heard the AQMD witnesses also give their assurance that they're comfortable that the controls on the existing process are going to be effective for emission control. And the stipulated OA provides a benefit that would not be possible through other avenues because it applies now. and it provides some enforceable deadlines throughout the project life. So with that, Weber stipulates to entry of the OA and requests that the hearing board enter the order. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, anyone wish to begin discussion? Mr. Palagopalan?
Yeah, I think we can find, good cause in the stipulated order. I think what probably in favor of Weber Metal is because they already had existing control, unlike some of the other facilities, they didn't have the baghouse control and so forth, so they were sort of ahead of the game. They submitted the application as timely as per the rule requirement, and it appears that they've constructed the enclosure around as required also in a timely manner. And while the rule required them to have a HEPA and test, they could not do that because of the constraint of the building, and they couldn't get the adequate negative pressure and meeting more importantly, the NFPA codes. So they had to redesign and look at alternatives and build, relocate and build new buildings and so forth. So I think they are taking the necessary steps to come into compliance with 1413. The proof will be in the testing. I'll be surprised. I'll be pleasantly surprised if the existing system will meet the 0.002 without the HEPA, but we'll see. And hopefully they don't have to come back here because if they didn't meet it. But I think the new system, it looks like they have assurance that the new system with the wet scrubber, with the mesh pad and with the HEPA will meet the grain loading, which is the critical thing. I think they probably, and the reason for this rule is really also to control not just PM but toxic material, because they're alloying elements in the metals that are cadmium, depending on the alloy, they maybe have chrome 6 and other metals, nickel and so forth, that have also been released. So the control of PM also reduces somewhat, not proportionally, those toxic metals also in the system, in all the systems. So I think the improved housekeeping that they are undertaking during the order, and then later meeting the rule requirement, will also ensure that they remain in compliance. They are in a critical area because they're surrounded by residents and businesses that are in, while there's no school nearby, that there's still hospitals and so forth. So it's quite critical that they control the toxic emission to the maximum extent feasible. And we heard from the inspector that they have had complaints, and while it was not always attributed to Weber because there are other forging facilities in the area, but that's something the rule addresses, especially if you get more than 4 complaints in a 6-month period, there's certain actions they have to take, so that's already addressed in the rule. So I think that having heard that they've submitted the application in a timely manner and got, and working towards and spending a huge amount of capital to come into compliance with the rule, I think we can find, good cause in granting, in the stipulated order abatement.
I agree. I think that this is a very good example of why the legislature put stipulated orders for abatement in the Health and Safety Code. I think this is a really good example of a complex issue which was not going to result in rule compliance in a timely manner, but which is going to provide for as much cleanup of what's going on there and rule compliance as possible in the interim. And I had a lot of questions coming in, a lot of questions as to timing. It was very complex. I appreciate even if we had to get through a few witnesses in order to finally have enough on the table to get it out there, but it was very complicated, and I think the parties did a good job in really laying it out for us, so we understand it very well. And I think that this is a very well done order, and I think it's going to bring compliance, it seems, as quickly as possible and provide as much safety and toxic control for the nearby residents as possible in the interim. Ms. Byrd.
Just briefly, new rules with new requirements sometimes create issues that could not be foreseen, and in this case, that it appears to be exactly that. The contradiction or the conflict that arose from trying to meet one agency's requirements versus another agency's requirements, it's something that happens every now and then when you're dealing with environmental issues. So I think that in this case, the facility will be coming into compliance as soon as possible, or as soon as reasonably possible, and they will be committed to doing a number of things to, in the interim, to control the emissions that might be released. And for that reason, I do believe we can find good cause.
Senator?
You've been in, Weber's been in business for 60 years. 60 years, and the district has adopted Rule 1430, which even cleans the air up more. And you're to be applauded for supporting the stipulated order, because you're making an effort to work with the district to accomplish the goal, common goal and objective. And for that, I think we can applaud you to try and be in compliance with the district and support you for that effort. So forward and upward.
Anything else? Mr. Balagopalan, would you like to make a motion?
I should
Would
be
you
able to do it, yeah.
And I can
I'll have-
give some assistance if you need.
Bringing up for the stipulated order, the condition, just so I'm on that.
This
Okay.
actually, you don't need this.
We don't need it.
We just need to find good cause, and that's
Yeah,
it.
okay. I think in
This is the wrong good cause, sorry.
yes.
We don't have one.
No, we don't have one, yeah, right, yeah, right. Yeah, I've already done that, yeah. I think in the matter of South Coast versus Weber Metals case number 6136-1 located at Paramount, which I should know that. Let's see what page they have. Oh, yeah, facility ID 10966, that has the address. I think we can find good cause to grant to go forward with the stipulated order abatement that the district and the parties have worked out, good at that.
Whatever changes you want.
Yeah, I know, that, Ms. Prusek, you had one change, and I
why not-
didn't mark that down, the proposed change you had in the condition.
Sure.
But otherwise, I think as proposed, we go with the conditions that were presented in the order with the one change that you had wanted to make.
Yes, I'm going to second the motion, and the motion will be to adopt the stipulated proposed order for abatement as is, simply deleting the words proposed from the caption and the footer. And then the one change, which I believe was agreed to by Weber Metal, which is on page 10 in condition 2 of the order, which is line 24, I would add after, so it will be by March 22nd, 2019, Weber shall submit a permit application to the district
Oh, expedited.
and pay for expedited processing. And just adding those words, and pay for expedited processing. And I believe that's the only change that needs to be made. Okay, and if you agree to that, then we have the motion and a second.
Okay.
You agree
Yes,
to that
I agree
change?
to that change, yes, on the
Okay.
proposed conditions.
Any discussion on the motion? Senator, how do you vote? Dr. Lerner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes, and Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you, and good luck. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. I reiterate also, very good presentation, even though it's so complex, it took a while to get out all the facts through various witnesses, but very good presentation. Thank you. There's no other business. We're going to adjourn, and I'll take up the pre-hearing conference later at 2. Okay, nothing else? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Did you
he's the man who knows everybody, including you apparently. Okay. I'll tell him, you know, that, I don't know if we met, is the right way to say it. That I appeared before you were here, I'll say it that way.
Okay, we're on the record, and we are still, this is a pre-hearing, well, we call it pre-hearing conference for Gold Coast Baking Company, case number 6137-1. And we are actually in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. It is March 13th, 2019, and the time is 2:00 p.m. And who is here representing the executive officer today?
Teresa Barrera.
Thank you. And who is representing Gold Coast Baking?
Curtis Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. And we are here today, I believe, Mr. Coleman, that you asked for the pre-hearing conference, so I'll start with you.
We both decided that we probably should have one. We've got a situation that it's probably not unique, but it's unusual in my experience. In all the years I've been doing this, I've never had a situation exactly like this. The order for abatement, the hearing board needs to get information and understand information regarding the financial ability of the company to comply, to schedule, develop a compliance schedule to comply with the district's requirements. That financial information is, in our view, confidential, trade secret, confidential business information that could give an advantage to the company's competitors if they were aware of it. I did submit a motion with some authorities and arguments pointing out that the hearing board does have a procedure in place to protect trade secret information, and that is consistent with the Public Records Act that allows for a trade secret protection. It's consistent with the Evidence Code that allows for protection of this type of information. So the question really is, and I believe that the district agrees that this would qualify as trade secret and confidential business information. So the issue is, how do we get the information to the hearing board in a manner that would protect it, allow the hearing board to have access to it, but keep it from being made publicly available. And I think what we were coming around to proposing would be that this part of the testimony would be submitted via declaration from the company's chief financial officer, who would also be here. It wouldn't just be strictly declaration, along with the attached document, that would be marked confidential. The hearing board members could review it and ask questions. I would prefer that the questions be general in terms of, is this accurate, and are these projections accurate, and things like that, rather than specific dollar amounts per month, things like that. And then once the matter has been decided, that information would be not, the exhibit and the declaration would not be kept in the hearing board file, but would be kept at the general counsel's office as provided by the hearing board rules for treatment of confidential information. So did you want to add anything, Ms. Barrera?
I agree. It's with the motion, and the motion had initially just talked about sort of the financial data being kept in the general counsel's office. We talked further, because my concern is about developing a record that is sufficiently clear to support whatever decision is made. And it may be that, with the documents will be in our office, but the testimonial record would be somewhat vague, and that's why I then suggested perhaps a declaration could provide that kind of specifics, so that the testimonial record and questions could be more general, and I think that would work. But yes, we did want to sort of nail down a process in advance of the hearing, and it may be that we need a second pre-hearing so that you have time to think about these issues, and we can make a decision on the process in advance of the hearing, or if you want to make that decision the day of the hearing. I'm not sure what's best, but we did want to nail it down in advance.
Sure, and I guess I'd start by agreeing, obviously privilege, and I was just looking in our rules, even our rules are very clear that while we don't follow rules of evidence, privilege, and things, confidentiality are things that we do actually follow. The only question that I have in my mind is, I think what you're suggesting is that this information be made available to the board, but then not to the public.
Right.
And so the only question I have is more of a Brown Act issue, which I am not an expert in, and neither is any member of this board, but which we could simply consult with our outside attorney. So I would perhaps like to have a follow-up pre-hearing conference, because I wouldn't want to make any definitive decisions without consulting with someone who actually is more expert in that. I don't know, Ms. Pereira, I haven't seen anything like this, if you have.
Yeah,
in the
I have
past.
not either, and I do think that it is sort of a Brown Act issue, and I think the documents, at least my sense of looking at some of the Brown Act provisions, that the documents could be resolved, because I don't think the Brown Act was meant to trump privileges. But I think consulting with outside counsel is appropriate. And then the other issue is, in terms of like